Good evening, everyone. Hello. Welcome back to another episode of Mukluk Streams. I'm your charming self-proclaimed yet still humble host, Mukluk. Today, we are back in the wonderful world of Guild Wars 2, which is Syria, but did you know that? Hello there. And I actually don't remember what servers I'm on. Hold on, let me double check something. America. Okay, we are on NA. We are back in the land of hamburgers and not the land of healthcare. And we are going to be, I guess, celebrating New Year's together tonight. Well, for some time zones are not there yet. Some are already there. I'm a year behind some of you, but for me, I got 4 hours and 52 minutes until the New Year's.
Happy New Year,
so I'll be here until then.
Muck.
Thank you, Sleepwalker. Appreciate you. But we eat hamburgers and we have healthcare. We probably eat more hamburgers. Like, keep in mind, like, a country in Europe is like the size of a state over here, and we got like 50 of them. 49. Rhode Island doesn't count. So we probably eat more burgers than you. I think we win in obesity. Come on, let us have this one. Can really tell the healthcare crowd on a night like this. Yeah. We need a Russian mini-muck. We gave him a Russian, if you mean me-muck, we gave him a Russian accent this morning and played around with that, among many other accents. Holy Emperor! That is not the Russian accent. that is the Warhammer accent. That is a whole different thing entirely. That is a different thing entirely. Alright, gonna start off with the, come on, open up. Conjure Doorway. Let's go. I wish they would make it where I can use the Conjure Doorway in other zones. I always have to go through a zone line somewhere else and then use the Conjure Doorway. Aloha, Monk and Chat. Good evening. Hello, Golf. Chip is here, by the way. He's calm. He's napping for the moment, but I'm starting to hear fireworks, so we'll see how long that lasts.
Happy New Year in a few hours.
Yes. Thank you, Rosabelle. Appreciate the sub. Happy New Year, everyone. Good night, everyone. I'm going to get drunk. Bye, Smashing. Enjoy the eggnog. Over the last 5 months, what I feel like we were just had August. Nope. That is not the case. I did not mean to drop that there. When that for the Emperor played, I got sidelined for a Rock Lizard to Dragon's Dogma 2. Perfectly timed to get hit with a Rock Lizard. The Rock Lizard said for the Emperor. Hello, good luck. Hey, Moose. Good evening. I am almost done, chat, with my second Klob Jarny. I'm gonna keep that one. The first one I'm gonna use for a giveaway. I finally finished Triple Threat tonight. Only took a decade. Oh, is that all? Only that long? I have probably done Triple Trouble less than like 5 times. Total. It's not many times. I haven't done it that much. What do you need for club? I need to do either 1 raid or 2 more convergences. Gotta get some research notes together and buy like a few hundred golden mats. Actually, I could show you because we've got this lovely module here called Mystic Crafting that scans my account and tells me exactly what I'm missing. So, give it a minute. That's not accurate. It said 200 gold this morning. I think it's just taken a minute. Okay, oh, there we go, 354, okay. Yeah, so what this does is it's scanning my account and telling me what am I missing to make Klob Jarny. So, a few Ursus Obliges, not much. The research notes, okay. And 350 gold worth of stuff if I buy it from the TP just straight up. Which is mostly those two. What's the module name for Beetle Racing? I don't know. I haven't reviewed any Beetle Racing modules. I haven't done that one. Almost done with the second one. Yeah, it puts my finishing Aurora this morning into perspective. Monkey need a program to tell you how poor you are. How poor I am? I'm doing okay. I just passed 8k gold again. We are doing alright. Now, I got some fun stuff planned tonight. I'm going to do some Guild Wars 2. We're going to do the weekly giveaway. Gonna have New Year's and chat. We are going to do, hang on a second, a tier list of the, I think, 110 games that we played in 2024. It's all prepared, chat. It is all prepared. Everybody loves a tier list. We are going to be doing that after the giveaway. And yeah, I think it was 110 games. I have to double check. Hold on a sec. Does it say on there how many pictures I uploaded? It was 100, yeah, 111 files. But I think one of them was a dupe, and I might have gotten rid of it. So it's a 111. It's crazy. I thought it was less because was it last year we played 85 games, and this year I did. I got hooked on Total War, and I played 800 hours of Total War. So I was like, all right, well, I definitely played less games because I spent so much time in Total War, right? Wrong, apparently. Apparently, I played like 111 of them. And I already removed, I think Animal Well was in there. And I played Animal Well for like 30 minutes. And I was just like, I'm really bored. So that one I didn't keep on the list. I didn't think it's fair to review a game I played for 30 minutes. So I just set that aside. Come Back from the Future 2025. It's the same, but with more hangover. So Biko Adventures, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate that. Welcome. What's the best way to get started yours too? Just play straight through all the expansions? Yeah, I would. So when I get started yours too, I would just say play the story, slowly open up like the entire world map. So like each day, if do a bit of your story or a bit of your world map, and the world map can be easy. It's just like, okay, there's a waypoint. All right, there's another waypoint, or like let's see, here's a point of interest, here's a point of interest, here's a vista. Okay, I'm bored. I'm do something else. But every day, do a little bit of your world map, and eventually you'll get the whole thing opened up, which you want. You want the whole thing. Have you played Tunic? I tried Tunic, and it requires a controller. So I was like, okay, fine. And I dusted off the controller. I'm not big on playing controller games, but I do have one. And it was rumbling the entire time. And I couldn't find anything in the settings for Tunic to stop that from rumbling. So I was like, all right, I guess something's wrong with the controller. So I went to the store and I got a new one. So I bought another controller, and then I came home and plugged it in and booted up Tunic, and it started rumbling nonstop again. So Tunic plus any controller I plugged in was a nonstop vibrating. And so I'm like, I can't play with it like this. This is crazy. So I ended up refunding Tunic after like an hour total playtime, but I actually got to play for like 1 minute. So I don't know what was going on, but I couldn't figure it out. No one that was there that night was able to figure it out, so we just sent it back.
Duchess Rain raided my stream with 5 viewers.
Thank you, Duchess Rain. Appreciate you. I'm trying out having him announce raids chat. I don't know if I'm going to keep it, but right now Mukluk is like full-blown announcer mode. We'll see how we like it. Which sucks because Tunic would have been awesome to see you play. Someone in chat said that they support keyboard and mouse now, they think. If they do, I could maybe give it another shot. Because again, I didn't hate Tunic. It was just, I was having trouble getting it to work. That was it. It's kind of like, okay, I've heard a lot of good things about The Last of Us. I'm still spoiler-free on that. I haven't seen the show. I haven't played the game. I have tried to buy the game and play it, and the main menu of The Last of Us maxes out my GPU. I don't know why. And I've not been able to get it to like function in any state on my PC. I'm talking about PC version. I don't have a console. I 100%ed the whole game of Tunic on keyboard and mouse. Then it might have gotten an update. I think when I tried it, it was controller only. So if that changes, that's great. That's great. If that changed, then that's great. So this, that. GoFundMe for Mukluk PC. My PC's not bad. It's not bad. We just played Cyberpunk on like high settings. Like, it's not bad. It's just I don't. Sometimes something weird happens. I don't know what's going on. It could just be that The Last of Us was a bad port. That's possible too. I'm trying your AFK Thief build. Thank you for your work. I have shaky hands, so I can't play normal class. You're very welcome. I cannot take credit for inventing that, but I did just shine a spotlight on it. Like the, he's talking about the PP Unload Thief, chat. The PP Unload Thief has existed for years before I made that video. I was just inspired to do that, but I'm glad it's working for you. But I cannot claim to have made the build. Can you play Crysis on your PC? I don't know. I don't know. I haven't done that. Chat, look at him. He's so cute. We're just gonna leave him there. The stream is now improved. I don't even need to be here. How many pupsies you have there? Pupsies? What's a pupsies? For Blish module, mounts and more, do you, if there is a setting to allow mouse side buttons to the select wheel? I feel like in one of the Blish guides, we had to put in a thing about mouse buttons couldn't be bound to it for some reason. However, I can't remember what the reason was. However, if you join the Blish HUD Discord and you ask them, the developers of all the modules are on the Discord, and they're really nice people, and they can answer questions. I should probably make a command that has the Blish HUD Discord in it. Hang on a second. I'm gonna do that, because this comes up from time to time. Just a minute. Now, I'm trying to go to my own YouTube channel. It is crawling right now. Search Blish videos. Okay, there we go. Where's the original guide? There it is. Okay, Blish HUD Discord. Okay, so let me go to... Hold on, I'm making a new command for us. Exclamation Blish Discord, all one word. Paste, activate. Okay, let me try this on Twitch. Exclamation Blish Discord. Okay, that should work. And I'm gonna click that link. Does that work? If I do that? Hold on, I'm trying it out to make sure that URL is still good. Okay, yeah, that's good. That's good. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, so now I just need to copy that command over to YouTube. Blish Discord. And paste. Activate. Exclamation Blish Discord. There. And good. Okay, I'm gonna turn my fan on. It's really hot in here. Okay. There we go. All right, cool. So now, if this ever happens again, yeah, exclamation Blish Discord is if any questions that are not answered by my videos are best taken there, because that's the people that made them are there, and they're super chill and they will answer questions. Sorry I had to quickly stop to do that. Dude, that's totally fine. We'll be using that link on and off for years to come, so it's totally fine. Evening Muck, evening chat. Hey, Nugami. Okay. Grab that. Okay. And do that. Okay. All right, so that's done. Just going through the going through the alts. Let's see. Hey Mug, stopping in for a second to ask if the giveaway is at normal time. Not sure if I'll be able to make it time to add dance list today. Yes, Charmon, it'll be at the normal time. Yes, sir. Gonna do that, and then the tier list. What mod makes funky character zone names when zone transition? Regions of Tyria. If you do exclamation mark Blish, I have a list of guides that I've made for them, and Regions of Tyria is on that list if you need it. We're starting to hear fireworks. Chip is like, what is going on? What is going on? Why couldn't you just map the mouse side buttons to a keyboard input? I think it's just preference. Like, if they're used to using mouse side buttons and they prefer that, then suddenly not having the ability to do that can be unusual. We'll have giveaways today? It's in the title. Yes, we will. Oh, wait, hold on a sec. Log back in. I need something from this character. All right. Mock. Where's the box? There we go. Mock. Michael. And I'm like, what? Where? Wait, am I blind? Where's the runestones? There they are. Okay, they were there. Alright, so I got 27 runestones on this character. Okay. And... throw those in there. Okay, there we go. Any New Year's themed in the giveaways? No, just a lot of money. Just a lot of money worth of stuff. We did a massive, massive giveaway, including a legendary, just last week for Christmas giveaway. So this one is still hundreds of gold worth of stuff, but this one's not as big as that one. We just broke the bank a little bit recently. Begonia Rose, thank you for the tier 1. Welcome. Walkus is really sad you gave up a Tunic because I had some of the best secrets in the game that I played. Well, again, the Tunic was not because I was hating on the game. It was I couldn't get it to work, right? Like, that was the issue. If we can, maybe I can try again in the future, but that was the problem. I'll make Meatmug scream if I'm here during giveaway time. You'll make him scream. What the hell? That's, concerning. Just out of nowhere. Just, ah! Alright. Toss all of that. Good to go. Deposit those things. Okay. Lexicon, thank you for the prime. Appreciate you. Welcome. What was the Regions of Tyria thing we mentioned? Hang on a second. Let me open this up. Alright, so in the Twitch chat right now, I should put this in both. In the chat right now is a link to the add-ons that I made. And then under Blish, it is this one up here, Regions of Tyria. It just has the cool loading screen effects when you go into different zones. That's it right there.
As the world turns, Happy New Year's to all of you. You guys in this community are all wonderful and I am glad to spend my New Year's with the lot of you. And that Muck guy as well, I guess he's alright. So from one Nog Dog to you all, Happy New Year.
From one Nog to you all, he says. Thank you, Nog Dog. To all the other Nogs. Of Myths and Monsters, few minutes. Alright, I can get that done. We need that. We're gonna get that. You obviously don't know me. Been avoiding Twitter while it was coming out. What are your thoughts on the new Dragon Age? My thoughts on the new Dragon Age. You start with all of your weapons unlocked. You never unlock any new ones, which I found boring. You're only allowed to have 3 skills on the bar. You can't add any more to it. You can only swap them out. You can't control your AI companions at all. You can have them use a skill, but the skills have a cooldown, and you have to pause the game to issue it, which results in you pausing the game every 20 seconds. Party size is decreased to 3, so there's less companion interactions in between them. All the faces look like a Pixar movie. They abandoned the what did you do last game system for 95% of the choices, which was intrinsic to the Dragon Age franchise writing. There were a few good moments, but mostly bad ones. The dialogue between characters was really bad. The main plot had massive holes.
Did you ever hear the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise in 2025? No. I thought not. It's no story the Jedi would tell you. It's a Sith legend. Darth Plagueis was a Dark Lord of the Sith. He was so powerful, yet so wise. He could use the Force to influence the midi-chlorians to create life. He had such a knowledge of the dark side, he could even keep the ones he cared about from dying. He could actually save the ones he cared about from death.
Thank you for the bits. Anyway, I had this conversation the other day. The short version of it is I finished Dragon Age. How did you have this doc on standby? Because I just had this conversation the other day. And I still had it open. These are all the flaws I found in the game. The TLDR is I found it extremely disappointing. Okay? I found it very disappointing. I was really hyped for it. Last year, we played Dragon Age Origins, Dragon Age 2, and Dragon Age Inquisition and all their DLCs because we were so hyped for Veilguard, and I found it to be a colossal disappointment. Like, even if you're like, okay, it's not a Dragon Age game, it's just an action game, then I would say among action games, it's mid. if you want to take a screenshot, these are the in detail all the things I found that'd be massive problems with the game. But yeah, it was rough. It was rough. Seeing Muck meet Tosh was the moment I refunded it. Dude, I don't understand as a character why they would, because it's like you're required to meet her and put up with her crap. Like it's not like her crap is the optional quest later. Like no, you have to get through her crap to get through the story. Like before you could solve the issue with dragons murdering everybody, you have to deal with her stuff. And it's just like, oh my gosh. Like, I don't understand why they would add such an unlikable character as, like, a required party member. It's just, like, real life. No, man.
Happy New Year's Eve, Mukluk Bobble.
Like, in Dragon Age Origins, you had companion members that didn't like each other. Like Morgan and Alistair, and they would just like friggin' like sass and cuss each other out constantly, and it was fantastic. And then like Tosh just hates everybody and was just like, you hurt my feelings, you need to apologize and do better, do push-ups. It's like, what? There's a Leviathan in your instance? That's fine. It's actually dying really fast right now. All right, let me see what I can find here. Let's see.
The winds are pulling another storm to landfall. The strangers will emerge from their dens once more. Get ready.
I'll try to join this one. Q5. Wondering if I should just make my own map. Let's do that. Hang on. Let's see. /IP 244. All right. Create squad. Looking for group. Janthier. Advertise. The cooler meta. IP 244. All right, chat. Help! I want to do the meta for legendary spear stuff. I need help. I'm on NA. That sky scale skin is so cute. It is! He also breathes confetti and not fire. Muck, will you be doing Myths and Monsters? Yes. The good goddess. Thank you for the tier 1 sub. Welcome. Can we get that text file on Discord? Oh my god. Dude, it's just... man. It was... They butchered it. They butchered it. Makes me a little concerned of... Now, I will say... I'm not currently a Mass Effect fan in the way that I was. How is there a flying? There's a flying robot. Anyway, let's see. / squad. Sure. What was I gonna say? Okay, so I'm a huge Dragon Age fan. Mass Effect, not as much, but it does make me worried about Mass Effect because I know they're making the Mass Effect game now, but. Hopefully, seeing the results of Veilguard was a kick in the pants. What's the bigger disappointment, D4 or Dragon Age 4? Man. Diablo 4 crashed on me constantly. I was halfway through the final boss fight when it crashed the final time, and I didn't have it in me to even turn the game back on again. So I went to YouTube, and I just looked up the ending after I would have killed the boss to see what the final cinematic was. And I haven't opened the game again since. And despite that, I think Veilguard disappointed me more. I will say that when I do the tier list, it tempts me to make a separate tier that just says, this game was so bad, it made me lose interest in the franchise I was following for 20 years. And I would put Veilguard and also Diablo 4 Vessel of Hatred in that tier. Because both of them were made by people that did not play the games, it seemed like. Like, Dragon Age had so many plot holes in it. D4 Vessel of Hatred had plot holes in it. Like, both of them seemed like they were made by folks that did not play Dragon Age Origins or Diablo 1. Muck, Tash, or Carlock? I mean, keep Carlock. Don't keep Tash. Are you kidding me? Carlock is extremely likable. Tosh was just like a very insufferable personality. For those of you who haven't played it, when you get told, you're like, hey, you need to go meet this person here. They've hired you for a job. You get there, you help them. It's Tosh. You get there, you help Tosh. You haven't met her before. And we're like, why'd you call for help? She's like, I didn't. And we're like, you didn't call us? And she's like, no. But at the same time, she's ordering you around and telling you what to do. You're like, okay, this is kind of odd. And your character is like, oh, are you Kunari? And she's like, no. And your character goes, you're wearing the arm symbols for the Kunari. And she's like, I can wear what I want. That doesn't define what I am. Okay, but if you're in a uniform, it's like if you're in a police uniform, I think it's okay to assume you're a police officer. Are you kidding me? And then, not even that, yo, pot and kettle moment. Like an hour later, she's making fun of another party member for wearing a dress. Because it makes them look vulnerable and stupid. And I'm just like, you just were trying to tell us it's bad to judge people based on their appearances. And now you're bullying this other person because they're in a dress. Like, a lot of people think that she's insufferable because that one clip floating around to Twitter of her, like interrupting the entire storyline to say that she's non-binary. And that was really weird and jarring, but that ain't even what we're talking about. She is just an insufferable character. All right, real quick. I see a tag at Greer. Aderin, how many people do you got down there right now? I've got 27 in my squad. Try to get people evened out as much as we can. 10 in squad. Can a few people leave my squad and join the one at Greer, please? They have 10, we have 30. Alright, let's see if we can split it up a bit. Sounds like someone inserted them in the game. Yeah, I'm not sure.
If you're going to ring in the new year with a tier list, I need to ring in the new year guzzling so much spiced apple cider my brain creates its own fireworks so I don't further disturb chat's Lord and Master Chip the Fluffy.
He's just a lump over there right now. Muck, you plan on playing any more JRPG titles? I'm okay with it. You know, I actually played, I think, a JRPG that I had more fun on. Like, of all the JRPGs I've ever played, I had the most fun with this one this year, and it was FF16. Now, don't get me wrong, FF16 had some really dull moments. But I also remember fighting Titan, and that was insane. That fight was insane. I had a lot of fun. Just raw fun. Have you played Detroit? If you mean Detroit Become Human, yes, we played that this year. That was my first ever QuickTime event game, and man, I apparently played the best one first because I played like 4 more after that, and none of them stood up to that one. What is the backpack skin you have? What? Wait, what? Oh, the little wings. Dragon Fireworks back piece and glider. Uh, 26 in Decima squad. Oh, I meant to do that in map chat. Hang on a sec. Slash map. Have 26 in Decima squad. Alright, so it's pretty even now. That's good. I think Monk needs to do a Halo 1 playthrough. He has MCC. FF16 file size is huge. Yeah, I ended up playing that one on GeForce Now so that it used their server space and not mine. Because, yeah, it was a very big... Also, I had some technical difficulties getting it to run. Have you ever played Ancestors: The Humankind Odyssey? No, I have not played that. I have not heard of that. Burp, 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 burp. She also bullied the Necro. Oh, yeah. There was a scene where Tosh, bullied the Necro because, she found it, creepy that he defiled the dead to use his powers. And he apologized and was like, I will do my very best to not talk about necromancy around you, Tosh. And then, like, later on, she got mad at him for not liking her hobbies. It was like the most insufferable Karen I've ever seen, and it was in a Dragon Age game. It was like, what? Yearly reminder that Crosscode has an option to make timed puzzles easier since we were talking about previous stream games. Yearly reminder.
Prepare for impact. They come.
The puzzle, yeah, the puzzles were kind of annoying, but also the combat in that game was basically, that's me pressing the left mouse button. You couldn't even like hold to attack. You had to just tap it constantly the whole time. I hate Tosh and Nev both, but the actual gameplay of Veilguard wasn't bad. So if you're referring to combat, Highlands Lady, I will say it wasn't bad. I didn't hate it. My issue with it was it never changed. I used the exact same weapons and moves on the first fight of the game as I did on the final boss. So it was kind of fun, but it gets stale when you never do anything else.
No time to quake with fear. Rigid we must remain. The strangers have woken. They've come to dance in the rain.
Hey Noxxi, Happy New Year!
Our one and only goal is to protect the camp. Every claw and spear. Raise them to the air. Go. Fight. Win.
Who shall I strike down first?
The strangers have reached the first bloodstone. Like cub to maw, they'll suck it dry if we don't halt their advance.
Like cub to maw. Hey, we rezzing? Oh, there's 5. Oh, there's 5 more. All right, I can't do that again for 2 minutes, so try to not need that again for 2 minutes. You're behind, skill issue? Yeah, today my son told me, he's like, first of all, I want to preface this by saying my son loves to hit me with skill issue anytime he can, alright? So today he's like, you know what I hate about New Year's? I'm like, what? And he's like, all the fireworks. I'm like, I agree with that. He's like, you know what else I hate? And I'm like, what? And he's like, on all my papers for school where I gotta write the date, I write the wrong year for like the next 3 months. And I'm like, yeah, I get that. And then I paused, I looked at him, I'm like, actually, you know what? No. And he's like, what? And I said, skill issue. He's like, it's not a skill issue, it's a year issue.
Boy, it's a skill issue.
Oh my god. Maybe I need to go druid. You guys are just getting splattered.
your journeykin and topple them. Reveal the core.
Oh!
Decima rollin', they hate'n.
Decima rolling. I'm just gonna AoE res those two in the corner. Oh boy. Oh boy. I'm just focusing on revives right now. I'm trying to save people. Let's see. Oh my god, I just rezzed all of them. Oh boy. That whole pile of people, got them all up and then they're down again. Polsicle says, research tells me Trick Weeks was the writer for Tosh. Blue Sky, she posted, I was the writer for Tosh. I have some personal investment in My Little Dragon Hunter. My Little Dragon Hunter. Oh my gosh. Reading your post got me killed. Tosh killing me in other titles right now. Alright, AoE res those. She identifies as pansexual non-binary. They inserted themselves into the character. Maybe. Maybe. And it's a topic you have to be careful about in 2024. Like, people are like, oh, you don't like this character, you don't like X group of people. And that's not it at all. Like, it's just there's a way to do this that it's not just like shoehorned and force-fed into the story. Let me give you guys an example. I just finished my first playthrough of Cyberpunk. And I say my first playthrough because I'll probably do another one off stream because I had a freaking blast playing it. And in it, there was a character named Claire. Claire was a badass. She ran the bar. She was tough enough that she could be the bouncer for the bar. She also had this massive monster truck that she made in her free time called Beast. And she did like road racing with, you know, where you were allowed to shoot people at the same time. And halfway through a story with Claire, she was like, yeah, so after my transition, my husband and I'm just like, whoa, wait, what? Like, and that's it. That's the only time she mentions it. It's not like in your face, it's just like, this is a fact about this character, and then it carries on. And then after that, I actually noticed that on the back of Beast, her monster truck, on one side of it is I think it's the LGBT flag. And that's it. Other than that one line of text, that one line of dialogue, and the flag, you wouldn't even know. But it's just like, she's an awesome character, and who also happens to be that. The problem with Tosh is, like, that was it. That was her only defining memorable feature, was she was insufferable, and she was that, and you had to remember that at all times. So it's like, I think the best, like, most well-written ones are the ones where it's like they are a character who also happens to be the thing. And it becomes a problem when that thing is all that they are. And, you know, then it just becomes, like, super force-fed. Cyberpunk Haboob? Yeah, Cyberpunk, the game that taught me about Haboobs. That's right. Ooh. Oh no, they died. They full died. If you full die, it's probably best to pop to the waypoint and then pop back here. Because it'll be faster way to get you up. Oh man, that red beam, those red beams. Ooh. I'm gonna AoE here. Alright, I'm going to back away and change to a heal spec and come back. Alright. What was another game that did it really big? It was like this is I think a good conversation, but it's a one that like you got to be delicate about. But I think we're doing okay. Dragon Age Inquisition. Freaking half of the characters were not straight, but it was just like they had preferences, right? So like, let's say you were playing a human female, and you tried to flirt with Solus. He was an elf. He was into elves, and he'd be like, I'm not into that, and that's totally fine. You know, having preferences is totally fine. But if you were straight male in that game and you tried to flirt with Sarah, she'd be like, no, you're on the wrong team for me. And that's it. She would just kind of tease you a bit, and then that's it. It was just like, it was a small facet of their character. And honestly, to me, that felt more realistic than, you know, any of the other ways I've seen people try to implement it. It's just like, yeah, they have preferences, that's it, the end. CP77. CP77 is Cyberpunk 77. That's what they mean when they say that. You don't want to just say CP, because that one's already taken. You don't want to just say that. Say the whole thing. Say the whole thing. Guild Wars 2 is also good with it. I think Guild Wars... Okay, like, if you had a graph of, like, you know, like, realistic to, you know, kind of, like, heavy-handed, I would say Guild Wars 2 is a little bit further to the right than Inquisition or Cyberpunk was. But, because, like, you know, they have you go to, like, oh, the wedding, for example. Like, I hate weddings. I barely got through my own wedding shot. Like, I don't care which team you're on. I have been to, you know, weddings where the bride and the groom were, you know, a gay couple. I have been to weddings where they're straight couples. I hate all weddings. So, I am personally offended they made me go to any weddings. But, I don't think it was, like, so much that, you know, I'm seeing people complain about it online. Which is where, you know, Veilguard was, like, way off the scale in that direction. Wow. I can AoE res in like 4 seconds if it's required. There's a character in Hogwarts called Nora Treadwell who's a quest giver, and you can ask her about her research. You mentioned her wife got into the research topic, all you ever get from her. And again, I compliment that. I think the best ones are the ones where it's just like, here's a person who is a cool character, here's the things they like and do, and then also they happen to be that. Dude, I was so focused on that conversation that I wasn't even watching the health bars, and I did not realize how we were doing. And then I saw suddenly Decima was untargetable, and I'm like, oh crap, did we win or lose? Oh good, we won. GG, well done all. Bug says there's a franchise of games I remember before it was about where you are the head of a mafia, and in the last game you're non-binary, and if you close the door of the car too hard it makes an awk sound and the character's arm will hurt. What?
And the
I don't what does hurting your arm in a car door have to do with non-binary? I don't like that people think it's okay when representation is fine if it comes with one line only. No, team for identity is important. Why they must relinquish their identity to... No, Lou Bree. No, what I'm saying is... Hold on a second, I gotta mute this. If I'm gonna focus on this, I gotta mute this. No, I'm not saying it has to be one line. I'm saying if the defining trait of the character, if you're just like, this is a person, well, what do they do? Okay, well, they're gay, or they're queer, or they're they're transgender, or whatever, something like that. If you're just like, what is this character, and you're just like, oh, they're this, and you're like, what do they do? Oh, they're that. What do they like? What are their aspirations? What are their hopes, their dreams, their goals in life? What's their plans? Oh, they're queer. Like, the problem is when that becomes the entirety of the character. When it is a facet of the character, like, when I introduce myself to someone who's straight, they don't usually lead with that. They're usually like, oh, I'm a programmer, or I do this, or I do that, or this is my work, this is my hobby, I'm into Warhammer, whatever. The problem is when it is just like, that is the whole package. That's all you get. And with Tosh in Dragon Age Veilguard, like, that's it. She was just in your face about it at all time. It's like every meme about annoying vegans or people that do CrossFit, she was all of that, but for non-binary. I actually think she did more harm to that group of people than good, because she was just so insufferable about it. So I'm not saying that the person has to be, like, if they're in a game, that they need to be one line only. I'm just saying it shouldn't be the whole of the character. It should not be like, this is all there is to this character and there's nothing more and they're super shallow. That's it. That's all I meant by it. And if I wasn't clear on that, then I did a poor job of explaining it. It's not a personality. Yes. You phrased that better than I did. Yeah, it shouldn't be like the entire personality. Like, obviously, you guys know I have a son, I have a wife, I'm a straight guy. Being straight is not my personality. It's just, that's just how I work. But, that's not something that ever comes up in conversation. People are complex. They have, wants and needs and hopes and dreams and likes and loves and hates and dislikes and all kinds of stuff. And you can't just summarize it all as, oh, they're pansexual or queer or whatever. Like, that's not the whole thing. Potatoes have genders? I have no idea. But, I mean, plants have pollination, so they got parts. I like trains. Hold on. Do you like trains, or do you like trains? There's a difference. Promise is not authentic. Yeah. I fully understand opening up with pronouns to introduce yourself, but as Googers, I absolutely agree that some representation of queer people are way over the top. Yeah. Like, again, I mentioned earlier in passing that I've been to a gay wedding. Okay? It's my uncle. So my uncle and his husband are people that I care very much for. And through them, I know quite a few people that are in that community. And they're all wonderful. They're not the ones that go to the parades, which if you do, that's fine. I'm just describing these people, okay? They're not the ones that go to the parades. They're not the ones that are, like, shouting from the rooftops or anything like that. They are. They're just cool people who also happen to be homosexual. And it's like, again, it's not their defining personality trait. Honestly, they find most of the ones that are like in the streets and stuff, they find them insufferable, which I find kind of funny. They're just like, oh my God, this is going like way too far. But that's just how I feel about it. And I don't think that's a bad thing. That's often the problem though. The characters are written by strictly reduce them to be a one-side character. I would need specific examples to compliment on that. I don't mind vegans, but I don't care if you are, and I shouldn't have to know about it unless I'm serving food or something. Yeah, yeah. I mean, dude, okay, vegans are fine until they tell you what you can and can't eat. Being a vegan is like religion. When they're like, oh, I can only do this. Oh, okay, that's fine. That's awesome. And they're like, but as soon as it becomes, you can only do that, then it's like, okay, well, you're uninvited to the barbecue. Like, you're going to tell me what it's like, if you are telling me what I can and can't do, then it's like, all right, well, all right. Did you know there's a species of female lizards that don't need a male to reproduce? Just a little cuddling with another female helps them start the reproduction cycle. It's freaking cool. I mean, there's a species of octopus that when the females are ready to mate, the males just tear off their genitalia and say, go bleep yourself, and they just throw it at the females. I gotta say, it's not a life goal for me, but that exists also. Praying mantises, when the guy gets lucky, he gets his head eaten afterward. I mean, the animal kingdom is terrifying. Muck, do you believe in aliens? With the infinite nature of the cosmos, I think that there is a very high chance that another planet has life on it. However, yeah, that life might be like algae, okay? Like, it might be single-cell organisms. I believe, personally, that just due to the infinite nature of space, there's a very high chance that another planet has something on it that is alive. Now, do I think those aliens are coming to Earth secretly, abducting cows and probing people? No. No, I do not. I do not believe that. Why on earth would they do that? That's a lot of gas to spend on a trip to get here and abduct our cows and poke people in the bum. No, I don't think, I don't believe in that. What about ghosts? I don't know. I would say I would like to believe that there is something like that, but I don't know if I believe in that or not. Can you tell me what the best item is to get for the Hero's Choice chest in Janthier? Do you mean the one from the meta? Ursus Obliges are really easy to get from that that arena thing that happens like every 3 minutes. Moon-Etched Weapon Box is mostly about skins, so if you want them, I usually get whatever I have the least of among these top 4. That's usually what I do. So I'm gonna get honey flowers right now. If aliens aren't among us, how do you explain Zuckerberg? I know weirder people than Zuckerberg. It's whatever. Let's see. Let's see. I'm the kind of person who doesn't care who you are. You can be who you want. Just don't tell me I'm wrong for being myself. So no one ever can ever tell you you're wrong. Okay. No. Lou Bree. That be fair. That's not what they said. They said don't tell them that they're wrong for being themselves, and you translated that to no one can tell you you're wrong. That's you're putting words in their mouth that they didn't say. Let's see. One of the funniest videos I've seen is a meat eater cooking hot dogs next to a vegan protest. The specific group of vegans get so mad telling what other people can and can't do. Brother-in-law is an alien. By that, I mean Canadian. It's Canadian. When people ask me such a question, I simply tell them to look up the Drake equation. The likelihood that another intelligent species is somewhere out there in the cosmos is actually quite staggering. Again, my own belief is just like, if the cosmos keeps expanding infinitely, there's a very good chance that one of those planets is going to have the right conditions to, promote life. But do I think that life is like really technologically advanced and they're coming over here in flying saucers? No, I don't believe in that. The only bad thing you can do is shoot people like things. Every issue starts with people shooting like things. Yeah. Mo, do you think cats would be on other planets? Cats? Dude, I don't know. We'll probably be the aliens with the saucers. I mean, we've already sent stuff to another planet before, so yeah, we could be. Gray Fox says, I think people need to understand in objective English the entire game from top to bottom is full of poor writing. This is where you get into the topic of how violent character is. Wait, what? Which game, Gray Fox? That was quite the slam. Which one are you talking about? Heretic says, anyone know how to fix the bug where your keyboard stops working in Guild Wars 2? I have to click everything. What? My keyboard is only working when I'm holding down a mouse key. What? I have no idea what you did. No, I haven't heard that one. Grey Fox says, let's talk about Veilguard. Oh, okay. There's near 100% chance that life exists or has existed out in space in every situation. It has a soup in a rock pool and then is wiped out by the vast number of world-ending events. I'm halfway with you, Muck. I do think it's possible that there are other intelligent species out there, but as you said, the cosmos is so darn big, the likelihood that they will travel here is extremely low. I mean, I will say, to quote Doctor Who, we are a noisy little planet. We are constantly sending out signals and probes and all kinds of stuff, so we're basically screaming like, hey, we're here if you want to come kick our butts. But is there life somewhere else, and do they have the technology to detect those signals? Do they have the technology to travel interstellar? And would they want to devote all that to coming here and saying, yo, what up? Honestly, I think they would get close enough to see our broadcast and see all the movies we make about killing aliens, and they'd be like, you know what, never mind. And they would back up and just go and flip the saucer in reverse and just back away. We're sending out probes, yes. Yeah, we are the probers. Happy New Year's, everyone. You too, Trozana. I got 4 more hours on my end. Aliens come to Earth, they open a channel, just tell us, keep the noise down and fly away. What you're saying is we as people aren't interesting enough for aliens to visit us? I would say we as a people are horrible. We drain natural resources, and then we constantly fight each other. We're constantly like blowing each other up and stuff like that. And the only time we can all sort of get an agreement is when we all have a single enemy, like COVID. And then as soon as it dies down a little bit, we all start pointing the finger and blaming each other. Like, it's kind of like, you know, in cartoons when, like, there's 2 cats fighting and it's just, like, a ball of dust and, like, chaos? Like, that is how I think outsiders of Earth would look at Earth. They would probably be like, are you seeing the stuff they're broadcasting? No, let's not go there. That's a horrible, horrible species. Are we orcs? Kind of. I mean, just, like, you don't think of just, like, you as a person. Just think of, like, you know, humanity as a collective. Like, it's pretty terrifying. Aliens would not be able to tell what's real or fiction. Yeah, imagine that they just see, like, our Netflix, and they just think that that's, like, you know, just real stuff happening. It's like, oh my god. I remember seeing a thing online once where someone was talking about humans described by aliens, and they were like, yeah, they've got exposed bones that come out of their face, and sometimes they're not happy with how they look, so they attach metal to their exposed bones and twist the metal until it gets the bones in the desired shape. You know, like, a human can stalk you for over 10 miles before it has to take a rest. You know, it's just, like, all kinds of horrifying facts about us, just making us sound like we're just insane. There's probably a vast network of alien species out there trading with each other. Our galaxy is the no-go zone. Yeah, we're Space Australia. That's the whole thing. What if aliens consume sun energy instead of food, and all plants are as living creatures, there's animals for them, they turn against it because of sun? I mean, it's freaking possible. Why does everything keep evolving into crabs? I like the way the 3-body problem depicts life. 3-body problem? They take needles and stab it into their body to draw on themselves? Yeah, the tattoos. Happy New Year, Mug. You as well, Kulk. Happy New Year. Can't wait to evolve into a crab. I don't think it works like that. Let's see. What else we got going on here? Battle for Tarir. Let me see if I can get there in time. It might already be over. And I do want to do, if I have time, I want to do the convergence before the, What is it? Before the giveaway. Let's see. Oh my gosh! Leave me alone. Oh, I'm still in healer mode. This is gonna take a minute. Alright. Heart of Thorns. Auric. Last West of 2024. I love it! Terrair has been saved. Nice! We did it! Good job, everyone. What are my chances of getting a precursor from rare UnID bags? Not great. It can happen. It's not super high. It's like winning a little lottery. You did it, Muck. You saved the day. I did it! Everything evolves into crabs because crabs is peak physique. I don't know. Their eyeballs are really exposed on those little stalks. Muck, I started my title for ecto gambling. Why? Oh my goodness. But their eyeballs can go back. They should keep them in there. I've never gotten a precursor from bags. I've gotten 3 from chests like 12 years. I think I've gotten 2 precursors from doing the thing where you like, you throw some orange items in the forge to get a new orange item. I did that one day with like hundreds of orange items I bought off the TP, and I got like 2 precursors, and it was like an underwater one and Energizer, which are both, they're both like 20 gold. So I definitely lost money that day, and I don't think I've ever gotten one from loot. Matterhorn, thank you for the tier 1. Appreciate you. Welcome. My Gobus chest gets Vile Liquid Aurelium. I have once. That's actually the biggest like rare loot I've ever gotten was Liquid Aurelium. I got it one time. Got a video out of that one too. It was both an awesome rare drop, and I was on stream, and no one in chat noticed, and I found it in my bag like 20 minutes later. It only comes for the big chest? Yeah. Yeah, but you still get like 4 chances at it when you open all these. My stomach is bubbling. I already don't like this year. I nuke you is like 100% of 2025. I could not tolerate lactose. I killed a forest for my Gen 2 precursor. Yeah! A lot of the Gen 2 legendary weapons are basically like, go mine a mountain worth of mithril and chop a forest full of elderwood. Bring it all back here. That is quite a chunk of it. I've had invisible slippers drop twice, and I got the Connor Infusion and Enchanted Music box from 4 Winds boxes. Gen 2 is why Tyria doesn't have forest. You remember how big Tyria is, right? Like, it's fine. Hold on, do we need to pull up the sign? Hold on. Guild Wars map of Tyria. One sec. Hold on, let me get the sign open. Perfect. Here it is. Where is it? Okay. All right. So, for anyone who hasn't seen it, this is Tyria, and the colored parts are in the game. So, there's a lot of space there for the forest to be fun. It's like, here's the core game right here. Here's Path of Fire. And here's like the bit of End of Dragons that we went to. The colored parts are what we have access to in the game. Lots of places for Quaggins to be hiding. Guild Wars 1 was bigger. No, this map has Guild Wars 1 in it too. Guild Wars 1. Let's see, hold on. Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2 maps overlay. Let me see. Where can I find it? Give me a minute. Open map, a new tab. Alright, so... yeah, so there's Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2, side by side. And you can see the, they're basically like the same shape. So, like, that's not going to drastically change this much. I'm trying to find more. I know there was more sections, but yeah. There's another one I've seen that has them overlaid better, but I'm not able to find it right now. Boop. And boop. Yeah. Okay. Where do you think we'll go after Janthier? That's so exciting. I'm not sure. So the big question is, often in Guild Wars 2 lately, they've had us killing off the bosses really fast. Like, you know, here's Ceres. Oh, you got him. Here's the evil king. Oh, you got him. And so on and so on. Here's the Titans. Oh, you got him. So they mentioned a breadcrumb of us like going through to another place where there's more Titans. I don't know if that's going to get wrapped up in the 6-month and 9-month patches, or if we're going to then, like, that will lead us into the next expansion, and that will be there as well. I would kind of like to see them not killing off bosses so rapidly. Like, some of the best bosses in the game so far were you know, like Joko and Kralkatorrik, and those lasted many, many content updates. E-Park died so easily? Yeah, like, we barely met the guy. One early Saturday morning, a few summers back, I'd saved Tyria and looted Dawn from one of the chests. You could say I looted Dawn at dawn. Nice. That's what annoys me about the current writing direction that ANET has chosen. Giant world to explore, and instead we're fighting aliens. I mean, going to the Mist is pretty cool, but I just don't like when we wrap it up too quickly. Let's see, Savage the Blues. Happy Upside Down New Year's. Happy New Year's, Australians! 1:17 a.m. and I have to take a shower, so I'm going to go take one to go to Fed. See ya, Curious. We need new scary bosses to keep our allies, kill our allies and beat us repeatedly before we take them out. Guild Wars 2 does their best writing when there's 2 bosses involved like Living World Season 4. Yeah. Yeah, my favorite moments in the writing in this game were Krauk and Joko. Those were super good. Alright, let's see. Looking at the time, should be fine. Should be able to do this. I'm sure we could sacrifice Bram to a boss. We tried. The boss choked on Bram. Primordius was like, just spat him back out. He's like, no, I don't want this. It's no good. I need to craft more bags over starter backpacks. Yes, definitely. Get you some big baggy waggies, some 32 slots. This time we know what not to do. Not even a world-ending lava dragon wanted Bram. We need to have real stakes back here. Just need to die again. I messed up. Yeah, I mean, I'm not like itching to have some die, but it definitely It definitely feels a bit too, and they all lived happily ever after sometimes. Whereas, you know, in... Let's see, without saying who died. In Heart of Thorns, we had a major death. And then we went to a funeral later on that. Since then... Actually, there were 2 in Heart of Thorns that I can think of. 1 in Living World Season 4, but then they undid it. Another one in Living World Season 4, but they undid it. Blish. Oh, yeah, Blish. Yeah, Blish was gone. IBS. Yep, IBS had one. 3 if you count the dragons. It's the same issue FF14 is having. They bring in new characters and kill them off while old ones are fine and never have major stakes. There are 13 major NPCs that have died in Guild Wars. In the last fight, I think the Titans referenced the Foundry of Failed Creations, so maybe the Realm of Torment. I don't know anything about the Realm of Torment, so I couldn't really speculate on that. Feel like EOD counts also. I mean, she was a terrorist. Do we care? It was kind of like, here's this really evil person from the past, and we're like, we don't like you, and they're like, love them, and we're like, okay, and they're like, they're dead now. We're like, oh, well, all right, they probably deserved it. Is Kaith to Guild Wars 2 as Thrall to WoW? I think Thrall does more heavy lifting. Kaith stole an egg. I hope Realm of Torment doesn't look like Naos. Dear God, Naos is hard to look at. Yeah, Naos is very foggy. The IBS one, if it's the one I'm thinking of, was annoying since it turned out that the character brought it on themselves for no good reason. I believe the IBS one they're referring to was a... Well, I'm just going to say it. Spoiler warning. I think it was Almora. I think they're talking about Almora. Okay. Conversions time. All right. If anyone is interested, I invite you all to a North American convergence. Because I need more materials to make my legendary spear. I'm going to do this. You're all invited. Happy Monk New Year all. FYI watching Red One's the Elves Zero. Happy New Year, isn't guy? Yep, that one. Yeah. I wasn't sure if you thought that I was talking about Ryland, so I was like, oh, I need to say it so they know I'm not talking about Ryland. All right. Convergence. All welcome. Bless your heart for making content on this game, my guy. I like this game. I love this game. It's going to go really high on my tier list, John. Later this evening, we're ranking the 111 games I played this year. And I will tell you, little spoiler, Guild Wars 2 is going up here. In the what did they lace this with row. It's going to go up there. There's a little preview. Little preview of things to come. Let's see. I have not been paying attention to the redeems. Someone said pet the cat. Hey, what's up? We have awoken the cat. Hey, Kano, this is for you. Please appreciate it. We are bothering him for you. Scratch. NA only? We are on NA servers right now, yes. I did some EU ones earlier, but I'm currently on NA. Alright, what's next? Put on the wizard hat.
Bleh.
Wizard hat going into 2025. The only characters who can really be considered a major loss if something were to happen at this point are Kaith, Malice, and Livia. Yeah, they just did a lot of work reworking Zoja, so I really doubt they're going to kill Zoja at any time soon. But, I mean, you can have a... I mean, obviously people don't want them to die, but you could have major characters... Like, there are other major characters that have been around forever. Logan, Ritlock, off the top of my head. Like, Logan, Ritlock, Kaith, Zoja, Snaf, and Air were all basically a party And some of them are dead, and the others are still alive. Queen Jenna? Yeah, I would be shocked if they did anything to the Queen, but yeah, it's possible. Don't you touch Snargle? Dude, recently we read who Snargle was based off of. Oh my god. That was something. That was something. Hold on, Guild Wars 2 Snargle. Hold on, what was the name of him? He was based off a very raunchy writer. I gotta find his name. Snargle is based off real-life author Chuck Tingle. Chuck Tingle is a pseudo-anonymous author primarily of niche gay erotica. His stories take the form of monster erotica, featuring romantic and sexual encounters with dinosaurs, imaginary creatures, anthropomorphized inanimate objects, and even abstract concepts. He self-publishes his works through Amazon. In 2016, his short story, Space Raptor Butt Invasion, was a finalist for the Hugo Awards as the result of a coordinated campaign which he disavows. Yeah, so this guy is, Snargle is actually a PG version of this other dude. Chat. The other guy is Chuck Tingle. What was that title? You heard me. I'm not saying it again. All right. Let's see. If you provide quickness, please move yourself into an empty group. If you provide a lack, please join one of the lone quickness people. I refuse to believe that is real. Yes. If you are pure DPS, please join a group of 2 until it has 5. Nog's like, oh god, it's real. We just gave Nog reading material for 2025. Casimir is so pretty. She actually devotes some of her power level to that. It's actually canon. I think they might have tried to retcon it at one point, but back when Tower of Nightmares came out, when you leave the tower, Marjorie says something like, how do you not have a speck of dirt on you? And she's like, oh, I'm not wearing clothes. And Marjorie's like, what? And she's like, yeah, what you see is my, my clothes I'm making with mesmer illusions. So I just generate them to be clean at all time. And Marjorie was like, you know, marry me. And Cass said, okay. So apparently, canonically, Casimir basically runs around butt naked and then uses a percentage of her power level to just be projecting a very hot version of herself on the outside at all times. That is wearing clothes that are perfect at all times. It's what mesmers do. We got one person too many in group 2. The other stuff is starting to work out okay. All right. Let's see. Pre-made, and I will pay for it, and let's go. No laundry? Yeah, but what if it's too cold or too hot outside? You'd be like, whoo! Queen Jenna conserves energy by not rendering shoes. Now I'm just imagining if, like, Cass unexpectedly gets like a rock to the head and gets knocked unconscious. Do all her clothes just blast off? Marjorie's like, no! Frantically throwing a blanket over her wife. It is canon that Countess Anise makes herself look younger. I mean, wouldn't you if you could? I mean, I think some of us will be so lucky that we'll age gracefully, but I think the majority of us wish that we could do that. It's canon that Zera makes herself look taller. Well, yeah, Zera makes herself like the size of Godzilla.
Yeah, when do we get to the exciting part?
All in good time, young ones. Distant memory Was glad to have the Wayfinder's assistance. And with
Wow. So Mr. Snack Party typed, I wonder if they do stuff like that to keep their power up to snuff. And then chat just saw the word snuff and was like, you want me to ban this guy? And I'm like, no, Twitch. He didn't say snuff like that. Oh my god.
suddenly,
An ambush.
Nobody can stop the Wayfinder. They're the strongest.
Ban him anyway. It's the only way to be safe. It's the only way to be sure. What's the next filter? Party potato. Twitch wanted to snuff that guy. Stop. Mama, stop triggering the alarm. I don't know why he's doing that.
another wave of the stranger's spawn attacked.
I use my mesmer skills to breakdance. Isn't there a VTuber that uses that as part of their name? I don't know. Do you guys know of there's a Twitch streamer. He's most known for Hearthstone, and his name is Trump. And he's been streaming since before Trump was elected president the first time. And my wife like found out he existed. It was like, oh my gosh. And I was like, she's like, I can't believe he would name himself after the president. I'm like, he didn't. She's like, yeah, he probably did. I'm like, no, he was streaming since before that. And then I just got me thinking like, man, that's so unfortunate. That'd be like if someone got nominated to be President Mukluk next year and then they just turn into like a total a-hole. I'm like, oh no. Oh no. Now I'm attached to this name.
A tectonic thumper.
What does tectonic mean?
Okay.
Alder?
Instructions for after you get a supply sled. Group 2 go west. Group 3 go east. Group 4 go to Maw of Balrior.
Was an essential tool.
Group 5 go to the northernmost objective. What's that one over on the right called? Balrior Cavern. Group 6 go to Balrior Cavern. Group 7 guard this camp. Anyone else help anywhere you can. There we go. Presidentship. I would vote for him.
You there! Stop dawdling and make yourself useful.
There was some little town that has like voted a dog
Happy
to be their
New
mayor
Year.
like 4 years in a row because they're so happy that he's just not changing anything. Hold on. Town with dog mayor. Hold on. I know this is real. Cormorant, Minnesota. Also, Idlewood, California. But there's 2 towns with dog mayors.
President Chip, you don't vote for kings.
Very good, Nog. Very good.
The Wayfinder thought to themselves.
Potato Monk, hi. Hi, Amirs.
As the Wayfinder began running essence from the newly constructed thumper back to camp, Titan Spawn waited in the shadows for the perfect moment to strike.
Look out, Wayfinder! They're gonna attack your new thumper!
Oh, yeah, oh, Elias just copy-pasted the text of when, Marjorie said she adventures naked. Yep, that happened. I believe that was in the Tower of Nightmares thing.
Gotcha. Check the Central Thumper's readings.
That's odd.
Something was clearly stealing magic from it. But what? The Wayfinders journeyed in, anxiously sniffed about. Perhaps it sensed something.
It's unfair that spawning as a mode makes it impossible to use the starting area for advantage of his. You know, I only found out today when I was doing this on EU that when you join late, you become a moat. Because I was like, how are people dead already? And they were like, I just joined the instance late and it made me a moat. And I was like, oh. Muck, Happy New Year. It's been a wild year of you being run over by various cyberpunk NPCs. Yeah, that happened. That happened a few times. Like, someone would give me a quest, I'd turn around, and then they would just, like, get in their car and, like, run over me. And they would not even stop. Be like, what the hell? Alright. Ours is done. If you finish with yours, go help somebody else. Mesmer illusions are solid, I believe. Yes. It's kind of like the whole thing with engineers with hard light stuff. Like, yeah, Mesmer stuff is supposed to be solid. Kind of like Green Lantern powers. But they also appear to have control over it. Like, when the, what was it? There was the event where the Mesmer lady is training the bear cubs. And she is like, I'm going to make illusions for you to fight, but don't worry, they can't hurt you. So she, like, you know, makes them unable to harm the kids. I don't know if that just means they spawn with blunted blades or what, but that did happen. The one at the far, far north is the only one left. Oh my gosh. I'm stuck! Does it persist when unconscious? Not sure on that one. I'd like to imagine that if they make, like, weak ones, they could make more of them, or make them larger, but if they make solid ones, it takes probably more power. But then you've got Queen Jenna, who makes, like, a giant shield dome over the entire city that blocks catapults, and she just holds that up with, like, a tiny bit of concentration. And then, you know, makes, like, another shield over the senators to cage them in, and then fights with the power of a high-level mob after expending all of that. And all she had to do was stop focusing on her shoes. In one of my favorite moments in one of the books was there was this one pirate ship that had a Mesmer on it, and they get into a naval battle against another boat, and all she did was she made it look like to the other ship that their ship was 50 feet to the left. The whole battle, she just focused on that. So I don't know if that means she just made them invisible and then made a whole nother ship over here. But it made the enemy miss basically every shot. I think we might need to turn in more essence. If anybody's carrying essence. Let me see. Yeah. If you have essence, turn it in. Starboard Muck not left? I don't know. Port is left. Oh, wow. Starboard. Yo, Gypsy, you're correcting me and you weren't even correct? Oh, my gosh.
The ground shook under the
All right, Decima time. We have turned in enough.
The mighty machine rattled the mountain's very core. Unable to stand the noise and glory any longer, the Titan at last angrily surfaced. Was Decima, and she was most displeased. Who will regret his disruption, small thing? She bellowed from atop the mountain.
Whoa! Oh, wow, that was so unfortunate. I can use my bot for this one. I was literally casting stability, and I got interrupted as I was casting it, and got sent flying into a power pole.
Strike down first.
As the wayfinders reached the top of the mountain,
I'll save that.
a ghostly image of distant memory appeared. In a focused mind, he channeled his energies, forming a link between the mountain top and the camp.
Distant memory is so strong.
Oh, I got to follow me. AoE rezzing. I was ready. I saw that nonsense about to happen. Ah! The ping pong.
There, she ran away.
Sniff. South.
But the Wayfinder was hot on her trail.
Would it be weird to talk to the Coden as a ranger with a bear pet?
Journeykin
I mean, Mickey had a pet dog and he was friends with Goofy,
gave chase.
so I think they can identify it okay. Donald Duck had Thanksgivings where he would be eating a bird. I think it's good.
Fight me.
Wow, you were in a spot where that wasn't gonna hit any of us, and then at the last second you like dodged behind 6 people, and you're like, I'm taking all y'all with me. Res. I don't have the AoE one, I just used it a minute ago.
Fight me!
What? That killed my pet. Oh, that's cheesy.
Once more.
North. Sniff. Special action key if you didn't use it already. Are we resing? Anytime that I have Spirit of Nature off cooldown and there's a red arrow coming, I just have hovering over the button. And frequently, it's the right thing to do.
Always rise, and you will always fail.
Quit running away, you big dumb titan.
Alright, sniff. East. The bathwater smell is east. Sniff. You're considering Ura basically just fires her steam at us. It kind of is bathwater. Because she's just chilling in it up there. Which means she's just up here minding her business. And we're just like freaking creeps. Breaking and entering. Off-topic question. I need to help decide if I'm playing Darkest Dungeon. I'm not even close to finish there. I wonder if I should buy the second game already on the sale, or is it totally different? It is... There is definitely some big differences. It's been a while since I played either one, but I did play both. But the second game does play differently. Like, rather than, you know, in Darkest Dungeon 1, you might send one group out while another group is resting. In DD2, you basically just have one group. And either you win or you lose. And if you win, they survive and you can use them again on another run, or use some of them on another run. If you lose, then you start with new people and try again. It's like you're traveling toward the dungeon, and it's like you're in a wagon that's going there, and you're occasionally stopping and dealing with threats and stuff. As opposed to fighting through many dungeons from like a town base camp type thing. I think I actually have a review video on Darkest Dungeon 2 if you'd like to see it. If you do exclamation reviews in chat, I've got a link to the playlist of game reviews I've done, and there's one in there for Darkest Dungeon 2, which should give you a general idea of how the game works. GG! Well done.
The Titan writhed and roared in pain.
Yes. Yeah, there is one for Darkest Dungeon 2 in there. Yep.
The Wayfinder was victorious.
Yay!
97% participation? How do you get more? How's it all
Sure
time?
is strong.
One more convergence at some point, and I'll have all the necessities to finish Club Journey if I wish to rush it.
Warrior, one that I'm honored to have fought alongside.
Thank you, Mug. Thank you! Thank y'all for joining. It's good.
Their strength alone that won the day.
I was waiting for it to kick me out of here.
Was everyone's. The Coden
Pet chip redeem?
reward. All of us putting aside our differences and fighting the insurmountable as one. When we
I'm trying. He's sleepy.
together, the mountains shake and titans fall. Always remember that, young ones.
Alright, there it is. It is done. Alright, GG to the group. Once again. Okay, let's see, we got a bit of time left before the promised giveaway. And I don't want to do the tier list thing until after that's done. Let's see. What else we got? Advance on the Blinding Towers, Palawadon, Thunderhead Keep, Etherblade. Etherblade. Might be too late. I do enjoy the final fight of Etherblade. Let me see if anyone's still doing it or if it's already over. Hey, Mok, question. Did you by chance do all the upgrades in your homestead for trading and efficiency for homestead materials? If so, how much of a difference is it? I did many of them when I started working on Club Journey.
And time to go back into permalurking.
Thank you, Vastus. I did many of them, and if you're doing the trades for the materials, they are worth it. Because, like, some of them, the efficiency is, like, 2 to 4 times better. So, it's like you're getting way more bang for your buck if you get the efficiency stuff done. End of Dragons, Seitung. Looks like no one's doing it. Alright. Open the door! Oh my gosh, is this like when you're at Walmart? I gotta back up and I gotta hit the mat again? Oh my gosh, stupid door. Shadow Behemoth. Instead of upgrade homestead, when a home instance is advertised on LFG, is tipping expected? I would say I don't know. I can't speak for others. Like usually, if I'm just like, hey guys, I'm entering to do a full home farm. If anyone wants to join, you're welcome to. I don't expect a tip, but sometimes people send me one. But I think it just depends on the individual.
Kitty less than 3.
Oh no, I couldn't get a hit in. No, I couldn't get a hit in. I didn't get credit. Rip. Thank you, Sutsa. Don't bring US tipping culture to game. No, it's not that. It's like for example, if a Mesmer gives me a portal to something I was having trouble reaching, I think it's normal to tip the person because it's like you're paying for their time. You know? US tipping culture is like you already paid for the thing and now you're expected to pay again because the employer of the thing that you paid for doesn't pay their employees a livable wage, which is a stupid system. But it's a whole different situation. Me mocha coffee. There you go. Maybe it's eggnog. I don't know. I don't know what's in that cup. Something dangerous to be sure. Wait, I got an idea. Hang on a sec, chat. Is that it? Okay, there you go. Now it's coffee. Now it's coffee. I had to find a way. Just have him vibing. Redeem pet Chip. Chip just left the room after I woke him up with the last pet. He's somewhere else. I have to refund that one. Can you do bounce and pop cat? I can turn on the pop one, sure. Alright, it's on. I mean, he only does the pop when he's talking, though. You gotta make him talk. Is it wise to gamble Ecto? Is it wise to gamble anything? You could have finished that sentence with anything in the world.
Let's rock!
Shugo, so this morning when the stream started, someone in chat says it's weird not to hear Shugo's music at the end of the intro. And I was like, well, he's Pavloved you, and we'll have to give him a hard time for not showing up today. Oh, snap.
Fandral raided my stream with 35 viewers.
Right when we turn him on the Popcat setting. Fandral, thank you for the raid, buddy. Appreciate you. Welcome. Happy New Year to some of you. I still got 3 more hours. Himmock, Happy New Year, and one quest, what do you think about Fandral leaving Guild Wars 2? I didn't know he was leaving Guild Wars 2. Last I heard, Fandral was taking a break. I believe he invited me and Noxxi and Rose and someone else to do like a game show. And then after we set it up, he was like, lol, JK, suckers. And then he just quit. And yeah, I don't know where he's at right now. Feared Fox says tipping is always expected but never required to tip people to do hero points training or portals effectively. Homestead, and it's just yeah, it just depends on the situation. I feel like in game I'll tip someone if they're losing time to help me. So like if a Mesmer portals me through Chalice of Tears, you better believe I'm gonna send him at least like 10 gold because that's like a big time commitment to do that. I lost 1k gold ecto gambling over the past few days, but I'm gonna hit it big tomorrow. You're gonna hit it big tomorrow. Oh my god. Most people stop right before winning big. Yep. Hugo subscribed to Prime. Thank you, Hugo. Appreciate you. Yeah, I had that episode 90% ready, and then the break needed to happen. Why is your mailbox red? Because it keeps getting filled up.
Side note, Muck. Wanna run Chalice of Tears?
No. No, I don't need to do that. Thank you. Hang on, what is this? Daily Gathering. Merry Christmas. Thank you, Muck. Some random trash items for more convergences. Thank you for the random trash. Let's see. Okay, we'll deal with that later on. Alright. 3 more hours to go. Yeah, I got 3 more hours. We're going to be doing a weekly giveaway that we do every Tuesday in just a little bit to the people who just raided. Also going to be doing a tier list tonight. I have prepared a tier list for the 111 games that I played this year. And we're gonna put them all in order. Riveting content. Look forward to it. That's going to be after the giveaway. I was shocked by how many we played. Because I thought I played less this year because I got hooked on Total War for 800 hours. My voice is shot, my brain is melted cheese, so I'm gonna chill. I love cheese. Enjoy the stream. Happy New Year, Muck. You as well, Fandrel. Thank you for the raid. Appreciate the support. And you have a good one. Only time I remember tipping anywhere yours too is for the people who helped me unlock my guild hall. I remember getting tipped candy corn for portaling someone in JP. Yo, I love candy corn. I would take it. I certainly hope you were appreciative of your candy corn. Yo, chat, Mad King Says is about to start. Hot dog.
It's only been 2 weeks. Now that, my friend,
Let's get rid of that one. The only thing about S to plus tier is Chuck Tinkle. Oh my god, no. Already had 2025 lunch out here in Australia. Y'all living in the past, man. Yeah, is 2025 good so far? Do I need to be warned? Have we had another Harambe moment? Has the timeline been split yet? I don't know. How worried should I be?
Don't you ever get tired of helping?
Happy New Year's. Thank you, Worm. You too.
No.
Giveaways work for the YouTube audience as well, right? Yes. And even the Europeans. Yes. We have a lovely giveaway bot. Excuse me. We have a lovely giveaway bot that works on Twitch and YouTube. Yep. Jimmy Carter pass. I mean, that was in 2024. That's old news. How to participate? Just be here when it starts. It'll be starting in the near future. 2025 has been good in the 3 hours I've been in it. I'm pretty drunk and had good company. What more can I ask for? You've been drunk for the whole year so far. Oh my god. Madness. I don't really see any events I want to do. I guess I'll just start prepping the giveaway. Don't really see anything there I want. Well, hello. Welcome back. He returns. What's up?
Hey you. Want to be as rich as me, as legendary as me, as giveaway able as me and as adorable as me? Well, too bad on the last part. But for everything else, there's MasterCard and MuklukLabs.com. Batteries not included. Happy New Year and happy giveaway.
Hold on, let me pull my sleeve down. When I have the sleeve down, that's letting him know that he has permission to roughhouse a little bit. He's not sure about it. Oh, ow, ow, he's got me. Ah. That's where the emote was born from. Okay, he doesn't want to anymore. Mug plushie with a recorder with AA batteries win. I have already asked Guild Wars 2 if they would like to be involved in making a plushie of this guy. And if they say no, then I'll go to like was it Makeship or something like that, and try to get one made. But then if I do it not through Guild Wars 2, then I have to call it like legally distinct little goblin dude with pointy hat. I can't say Asura or Guild Wars or anything like that. So I'm trying to find out, but they're terrible at responding.
Happy New Year, Muck and chat. Mukluk dancin', Mukluk dancin'.
Thank you, Shadows. Appreciate you. Bipedal rat, wizard, goblin, dude, science, rat, big hat. There you go. There you go. All of that. Foot streaming, rather. Foot, Chip's feet. Muck, quick question. What's up, Worm? Make it a Muppet so we can make it do the pop mouth. I mean, the pop mouth setting is on right now. He did it just a minute ago when he was talking. I mean, we can, we've been playing with the languages a lot, too. Hang on. Change bit settings. Okay. Here's an example of one. This is Nugami's message a minute ago.
Hey you, want to be as rich as me, as legendary as me, as giveaway able as me and as adorable as me? Well too bad on the last part, but for everything else, there's MasterCard and MuklukYoutube.com. Batteries not included. Happy New Year and happy giveaway.
Yeah, so I found 100 voices in here.
Wow, almost 2 years crazy.
There was one that was just straight up Loranity. Hold on, what was it? Give me a sec. Hold on, I'm changing the language pack. Alright, here we go. I think this is it.
Hey you, want to be as rich as me, as legendary as me, as giveaway able as me and as adorable as me? Well too bad anti last part. But for everything else, there's MasterCard and MuklukLabs.com. Batteries not included.
You hear it?
Happy New Year and happy giveaway.
That's totally Laura. I just changed it to Lady Dutch settings. And it's freaking Laura. The voice actor is someone named Anna Miyake. I don't hear it? I hear it. I hear it. Alright, let me change it back to default, which is Brian. They put Laura in the machine. Yeah, we... Turns out Laura is just a VTuber bot this whole time. Her voice is just from that. Alright. Clearly Dutch accent. Yep. Yeah, we were playing with a bunch of the accents and seeing, like, how good they were. We tried... There was one that was Austrian. We were hoping it was going to be like Arnold, but it was not. It was not. Get some setup here. Alright. Half of it's Laura, the other half is slightly glitched. It's Laura 1.0. Is the early version. Where is the butter? I don't know, Ghost, have you entered any butter into the giveaway? I don't know. Muck, you could just put it down for the name as Asura as found on Temu. Maybe. What's the grand prize? A music box! That's worth quite a bit of money, actually. Okay, hang on. Oh, wait, what? Hold on. What just happened with those claws? What? One sec. I had a whole stack in here. Hang on a sec. That's supposed to be a whole stack of them. There we go. Alright, chat. It's time. The last giveaway of 2024. For those of you who don't know the rules, here's how it's gonna go down. If you would like to enter into this giveaway, I have got a few hundred gold worth of goodies and I'm going to find them new homes. The rules are as follows. You need to be a follower if you're watching on Twitch, or a subscriber if you are watching on YouTube. Additionally, let me set this up right now. Additionally, if you are a subscriber on Twitch or a Patreon patron, you do get one extra chance to win because you pay the bills. It is not required, but I'm encouraging you to use your Prime subs if you got one. And lastly, if you want to enter, then I need you, within the next 4 minutes, to type your Guild Wars 2 display name one time in the chat. It works on YouTube, it works on Twitch, it works for EU, it works for NA. And if you don't know what that is, click on contacts in the top left corner, and it's this right here. This is not private information, it's just your mailbox. It's where I know to send the prizes to. So go ahead and get into the giveaway if you would like some goodies. If you want some goodies, get into it. And don't spam it, just enter once. If you make a typo, you can fix it, but don't spam it. Free is my favorite flavor. Oh boy. Is it case sensitive? No. As long as it sees, like, a word dot a number, it'll pick it up. Wow, that's unfortunate. There's someone in chat whose username is, foreplay, and Twitch blocked their entry. Hold on. Let me give this guy a pass. Freaking help. Probably not the best account name. Can I enter with an EU account? Yes. I mailed you something for giveaway. Oh, thank you, Baha. What did you send me? Oh my gosh. Wait, what? I don't know which one of these is Baha. I got 3 mails. 250 sticks of butter. Thank you. For giveaway. An Energizer. Thank you, Limeblade. And Roamling said to make someone happy with more skins. Thank you, Roamling. Appreciate you. I don't know which one of those was Bahamut, but I appreciate it. Let's see. Oh my goodness. Alright, I'm gonna keep some of these for next time, and I'll put the butter with the grand prize. Ah! Okay. Alright. The butter is tradition at this point. Maybe I need to get him, like, a stick of butter just to hold, but it's, like, unwrapped and there's a big chomp taken out of it. Like, he's just a psychopath that just chews on it like it's a Butterfinger. Totally sell plushy butter. Plushy butter! Plushy butter. We all know a Sir would eat butter. Which Sir in college did he go to? Cooking for butter. How we doing on time? You got 1 minute. If there's any late entries, you need to be a follower on Twitch or a subscriber on YouTube and type your in-game account name into the chat one time to enter the giveaway. If you are a sub on Twitch or a patron, you will get one extra chance to win because you pay the bills and I appreciate you, but that is not required. Great time to use your primes though. In elementary school, I saw 2 twin girls used to eat sticks of butter at lunch, and it was the most bizarre thing. Did they stand at the end of the hall and say, come play with us? He keeps butter under his wizard hat? Yeah, his whole lunchbox is up there. $20 seconds. Potato King redeem. Okay. Plushy Gen 3 bacon. I'm definitely more of a bacon snacker than I am a stick of butter snacker. Give me mocha coffee. I can do that right now. Alright. I would hope most people would rather eat bacon than a stick of butter. I mean, I don't know. Some of y'all seem pretty crazy. I don't know. Okay, giveaway is closed. Please stop the spam. It doesn't do anything anymore. And let's pick some winners. Alright, you wonderful people. Let us show some appreciation to the community. Alright, the first item in the giveaway pool is an etherized greatsword. And let's see, this is what it looks like. Right there. Very fancy. The etherized stuff always has like gears and moving parts and things like that. Maybe some steam powered on it. That is the etherized greatsword. If you do not want this item, you can sell it if you haven't equipped it yet for upwards of 13 gold. Big winner! Envision. Envision. Are you here? Envision. Are you here? There's no way I never win. Thank you so much. You're welcome.
Is it too late to teach 3 more people to dance tonight, Muck?
It is not too late, Charmon, but I thought you left. I thought you left. Okay. We're right at the beginning. Congratulations, Envision. Alright, chat. Okay. Charmon is on a quest to, as fast as his bank account will allow it, teach the entire world of this game to dance. And that means that the next, how many? 3 winners can choose between learning how to boogie, as you see right here. This is option 1. Option 2, my personal favorite, is learning how to breakdance. The far better one in my opinion, but you know, we can't all be cultured. So the next 3 winners can choose one emote to be added to your account.
Happy New Year to all.
Oh wait.
Mukluk dancing, Mukluk dancing, Mukluk dancing.
I almost forgot. Hold on. They come with sound. Okay, now you know. They come with sound. Alright. So, the next 3 winners get to pick /boogie or /breakdance for their account. Winner number 1 of dancing lessons. Pick one. And if you already have the emotes, we can work something out. Metroptimist. Can I interest you in /boogie or /breakdance? Would you like one? If so, let me know which one you would like. Beard filter? Sure. Pet Chip. Let's leave. I'll refund that. Let's leave Chip alone for now. We've been petting him a lot, and earlier he got up and walked away because he was like, "Stop bothering me." He says, "Break dance, please." All right. At Charmon. First winner. Break dance. Boom. I have sent Charmon your info, Metroptimist. You should get it soon. TM. Hold on. /break. I want to be breakdancing again. Okay. Winner number 2 of dancing lessons. /boogie or /breakdance. Their choice. Pick one. Tuna Bandit. I don't know if that is someone who steals tuna or if that is a tuna who is thieving from other people. Whichever's funnier. Is Tuna Bandit here? It's a tuna stealing tuna. Wouldn't that just be like they're freeing people? I don't know. I am someone who steals tuna. Breakdancing, please. Breakdancing. All right, at Charmon. Winner 2. Breakdancing. Tuna Bandit. All right. I have sent the required information to Charmon. I'm waiting for Charmon to respond to make sure that they saw it before it scrolls off and is never seen again. I'd laugh if a tuna stole some fisher's wallet. Sounds like something that a dolphin would do, honestly. Charmon salutes. Okay. All right. Winner number 3, the final winner of Charmon's dance lesson giveaway. Big win! And Navlix. Can we interest you in getting the /boogie or /breakdance added to your account? Would you like one of those? And Navlix, are you here? They said, I'm here. Can I have breakdance? You may. Charmon Willie, at Charmon. Breakdance. Paste name. BNGTBZ.7134. All right. The world is just a little bit dancier. Thanks to Charmon. Thank you, Charmon. All right, chat. The next winner, what is next in the pool, is going to get an Energizer. This is a mace, and the top of it is a small disco ball. It is also a precursor to making Zemut, which is the legendary Generation 1 mace. So if you don't want to wield this and give disco to the people, you could sell it to someone making the legendary. So it is worth currently about 12 gold. So obviously as far as precursors go, that's pretty cheap, but it has been out for 10 years or something like that. So it's been out for a while, but still, 12 gold is 12 gold. Big winner. Lazy Factory. Can I interest you in the Energizer? Are you here? Can we have a stream where Muck tastes a variety of cheap to expensive butters? No. No, V Winters, you cannot. I do not want to do a butter taste set with it. Okay, look, I'll eat a meat. Like, I like butter on other foods. I don't want to just taste raw butter. What the hell? No. Lazy says WTF. WTF? Lazy. Lazy. Would you like the prize? You're giving me very weird responses. I can't type because it's cold. Okay. Well, alright, I'll take that as a response. Pasty, 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 paste. I spent 600 gold to get a precursor once. Well, we're sending it back to you 1 giveaway at a time. Congrats. Muck, all the pre's are rather cheap. All the pre's? Like every single pre in the game? What about the, what is it? What's the pre's for Gen 3? Like Dragon, there you go. Dragon's Voice, 174 gold. You're a liar! There you go, I proved you wrong. Ha. The Gen 1s I'm talking about? Nope, you didn't say it, I won the argument. All right, next up. New Kanang Great Sword skin. You know what? I don't think I've ever seen this one. Ooh. There you go, chat. That is the new Kanang Great Sword. Oh, whoa, 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 look at that. Wait, are those fish? It draws an aquarium in the air when you spin. And fish fall out of it. That is so weird. Alright, well, there you go. Fish blade, for those interested. And if you do not want the fish blade, you can sell it for upwards of 26 gold. Ooh, pick a wiener. Andre Akos, are you here? They said, ayo! That's right. Get excited, because it's about to get fishy. Mail item. Paste, 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 paste. Mail. Congratulations on your fish. Next! Chromatic Assassin Spear Skin. This weapon appears to be sponsored by Razer or Corsair or something. That is it right there. And if you don't want the Rainbow Blade, you can sell it for upwards of 73 gold. We've got a price jump here. 73 gold. Big winner. From YouTube, Joe Johnson. Are you here? Ew, a gamer spear? Yeah, it uses really foul language. Joe says, yes! Alright, copy name. Mail item. Pasty, 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 paste. Send mail. Alright. You got me all excited. Ooh. Oh no, oh that's so sad. Chat, I want to show you this, alright? So I said, from YouTube, the winner is Joe Johnson. I'm so sorry, Joe. We're only a few hours into the new year and I've crushed your hearts and dreams. Joe and Joe Johnson. Oh, man. Oh. Joe Johnson says, I love you, just Joe. Oh, okay. Next up, Etherized Warhorn skin. It's a steampunk doot. I like how he holds it too. All right, we got a steampunk doot, chat. If a doot wasn't enough. And if you do not want the steampunk doot, it can be sold for upwards of, what is this one worth? 14 gold. Pick a winner. BNE 27. Are you here? Theirs was a romance that could never be. Joe and Joe Johnson. That's like, we got BNE 27 won this one. Imagine if there was a BNE 26 in chat. And he was like, oh. We'll make it work. BNE, last call. Respond if you want your prize. I know an Aaron and an Aaron who got married. Oh gosh. As a Michael, that would be like marrying a Michelle for me. Alright, this one's not responding. I'm drawing a new name. Stolen I almost said scissors. Stolen scissors. Stolen Seasons. Are you here? Stolen Seasons. Are you here? They said. Alright, at least this one's alive, even if there are cats on the keyboard currently. Alright, mail item. Pasty, pasty, paste. Congratulations. I miss the days when Muck stared directly at the camera, gritted his teeth, and would say, "What is your name?" Well, yeah, that's why we started making it to where your male name is your entry. So I already know your male name. Because, yeah, back in the day when I wasn't smart enough to do that, or I didn't have a bot for that, I'd just be like, yo, type something in chat to enter. And then I draw names, and I'd be like, hey, yo, Bobby, you won. Give me your in-game name to mail it to you. And they'd be like, woo! And I'm like, that doesn't work. I need your in-game name. They're like, I won. And I'm like, I won is not a valid name. What is your name? And yeah, people are dumb. So we changed the bot. All right. Next up, what's next? Mystical Beast Hammer. Mystical Beast. It has got the spirit of a boar, I believe, at the top that is going to headbutt people that you slam with this thing. I believe, is this one of the ones? Hold on a sec. Is it the Mystical Beast set that when you equip it and unsheath it, you see like a Patronus behind you, chat? It's not showing in the preview window, but I feel like it's this one. Alright, so I think when you unsheath this weapon, chat, you'll actually see like a boar spirit run past you and do like a headbutt or something. So, it's kind of like a caffeine-free Leggy. And if you don't want to keep it, maybe you don't use hammers, you can sell it for upwards of 87 gold. Ooh, big winner. Bimmers. Are you here? Just bind it and buy another one. That flashback to the giveaway that's in my intro, where I accidentally just hit sell now on a precursor and threw a few hundred gold away. The weapon previews are bugged and summoning items like Ippos don't show. No, that's weird. Bimmer says, I'm here and not a bot. Exactly what a human would say. Alright. Mail item. Pasty, pasty, paste. Congrats. Alright. Next item, chat. Dragon Essence Spear Skin. It's kind of hard to see because it's showing the graphic really small, but there's a dragon that's like coiled up here around near the spearhead. It's pretty cool. Leaves a little bit of a trail behind it. But yeah, it's like all coiled up here. And it's got the dangly bits. I know y'all love the dangly bits. And if you don't want it, you can sell this item for upwards of 62 gold. Dacon 9, are you here? Dacon 9, are you here? Yeah, the weapon preview being bugged is weird. I know that there was a point in the past where I could inspect the Mystical Beast weapons and see the Patronus things running around. So that is odd that that's happening now. Dacon says, yup. He's clearly overcome with emotion, chat. Pasty, 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 paste. All right. Next up, chat. The next 3 winners will each get 50 Mystic Coins. Now, 50 Mystic Coins is about 104 gold value. You can put these in your material storage and save them for when you're making a legendary, or you can just sell them if you just want cash, whatever you want to do. Winner number 1. Big winner! Kitchiro75, are you here? You could do that when they first launched, even it was hard to see them given the preview window area. Yeah, I remember I was able to see it before. Kichiro! Are you here? Kichiro's 1 through 74, please calm down. Calling on Kichiro 75. He says, yay, I'm here, thanks, Mud. You're welcome. Copy net. Mail item. Paste. Send me up. All right. Next, a winner. Another 50 mystics. Pick a name. I've never met this Nog before in my life, chat. Nog Dog. Are you here? Nog Dog, are you here? He says, Ayo. Copy name. Mail item. Paste. Send mail. All right. Congrats. All right, the last little collection of 50 Mystic coins. 104 gold value. Pick a winner. Asals 94. Are you here? Little collection. Well, one time I said stack of 50 coins and someone in chat was all, a stack is a full stack. That's not a full stack. I'm like, okay, I'll remove you from the giveaway. Sorry, Jowls. So, you know, I wanted to not say stack again because that burned into my memory. Hello. Is it bedtime? All right. Chat, I need to tell the boy goodnight. I'll be back in just a minute and then I will respond to his house. All right. Okay, let's see. Asals did respond. All right, copy name. Mail item. Pasty. All right. Next item, chat. 250 T6 Vicious Claws. These items can be used for crafting many things in the game. Good night. Or sold as a stack for upwards of 54 gold. So you can save them for late game crafting, or just sell them if you want money now. Big winner. Never met this bell before in my life, chat. Blue Bell from YouTube, are you here? Ignore their moderator tag. I don't know them. Blue, we got a full stack of toenails for you. Also, your in-game name is Overlord Blue? Wow. That's very humble. Mail item. Pasty. I'm beginning to think it's rigged. It's not rigged. Everyone that paid me is getting their prize. All right. Vials of powerful blood is next up on the menu. 250 T6 blood vials. If you don't want to save these for late game crafting, you can once again sell the whole stack. It's worth about 62 gold. Pick a winner. Bahamut, who I think entered some of this stuff into the giveaway. Bahamut, are you here? Actually, I think he made gains because I think he submitted the butter and got the blood, which the blood is worth more. So bribe successful. Pasty. Send me. All right, chat. Second to last thing I got for tonight. 250 Purple balls. Globs of ectoplasm. Used for late game crafting. And also, oh god dang it, the peasants are watching an ad. You guys watch this, I'll be back in a minute. Okay, all right. That's enough time for most of them to get back. Now, if the winner doesn't respond immediately, I'll give them a little bit of extra time. Okay, 250 globs of ectoplasm. Again, used for late game crafting, also gambling, because some of you have a freaking problem, or you can just save them in your mass storage for when you need them, or just sell them. If you want to sell the stack is worth about 84 gold currently. Pick a winner. Mick Stew, are you here? Mick Stew, are you here? Also, Jack, I see you in the chat. I know Jack loves to spam the bobble when the ad is playing. Jack, we gotta up those numbers. In the year of 2024, there was 150,000 times was my dancing emote used by chat. And we found out that 50,000 of them was just Flute Girl, who spams them during like the ad and stuff. Which means, Jack, you're falling behind on your bubbles. Flute is still going. Yeah, she's pumping those numbers up. McStew says, I'm here, thanks Muck. You're welcome. Flute cheats, she does. Pasty, 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 pasty. She's prepping for 2025. She's training. Alright. Send mail. Congratulations. Alright, chat. The last prize is a unique one to be sure. The last prize is a music box. Now, if you were to consume this item, you will get a music box that you can keep that plays music. However, it's very rare, and rarity gives value. Because of that, if you don't want the music box, you can sell it for upwards of 116 gold. Additionally, because y'all are weird and get excited over weird stuff, I'm going to pack it in 8.7 gold worth of butter. Because for some of y'all, that makes it a proper grand prize. So, roughly 120 gold mail. You can keep the knickknacks or you can sell them. This is the last one I've got for tonight. So cross your fingers, cross your toes, use a lifeline, phone a friend, poll the audience, do that 50-50 thing. Pick me a winner. Galley 24, are you here? They said a yaya. Do I need to change an emote back to Japanese? A yaya. Alright. Galley has responded. A weird response, but it is a response. Maybe next time I play a weeb game, I change Mimuk to Japanese. We were last night, for those who weren't here, we were playing the new Indiana Jones game, and we changed Mimuk to German because we were fighting Nazis. Dude, it sounds crazy, but chat was loving it. It was goofy. All right. Big money. Congratulations, Galley. Send mail. Okay. There we go. All right. Congrats, Galley. Congrats all the winners. And thank you to everybody who sent in prizes. I appreciate you. There was a couple here I'm going to add to the vaults. And I'll put those in there. And that way we got some stuff for next week. Where is the shill? I'm still streaming, buddy. I'm still here. We got a few hours left. I've been really looking forward to this next part because I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I heard filtered on. Why was shill censored? I don't know why shill was censored. I have no idea. No shill. Oh my gosh. Okay. For any of you who are about to leave because you're probably European and it's past your bedtime, thank you guys for stopping by. My stream is still continuing for another 2 hours and 20 minutes, but we're going to get this out of the way now because for some reason people are demanding it. My name is Mukluk. I stream every evening and every weekday morning, which means I'll be back tomorrow morning and tomorrow night if you wish to join me. We do a lot of variety here, but we do Guild Wars 2 every Tuesday. We call it Guild Wars Tuesday, and we have giveaways on Tuesday. Be sure to hit the follow button on Twitch, like and subscribe if you're watching on YouTube. And here's links to my 2 YouTube channels so you can subscribe to both of those. I'm near 100K subscribers on the main channel, and I want to give away a Klob Journey when we hit 100K, so I need you guys to help me get there. And lastly, thank you to the patrons who make this possible. I could not do it without them, even these ones that are hiding behind me. And yeah, you guys should become patrons. It does a jump scare for the stream when you do it, so you can scare everybody in chat. You should do that. There you go. Okay, there we go. We did it. 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 It's done. Give away what? A Klob Journey. The new spear. Hang on a second. Where is it at? Let me see. I have one in my bank. Klob Journey. Currently valued at 3,458 gold. It's the new spear. And it has a lot of transformation sequences and stuff. Meteor Shower Thursday, Northern Hemisphere. Y'all should be a good one. Okay. The Klob. Yeah, it's the Klob. The Klob. Behold the Klob. Okay. Let's get this set up. Hold on. I want to make sure you guys can see everything pretty clearly. All right. I think that's okay. All right. Chat, I've been looking forward to this. I think I should change to the just chatting section for this. I feel like this is going to be just chatting. All right. Just chatting. Okay. Boom. My first time being in just chatting in 2025. All right. Okay, gamers, we are here on December 31st, 2024, and it is time to do a tier list. In this last year, we have streamed in 111 categories on Twitch. Now, I've also streamed them on YouTube. However, because Twitch has categories, it's an easy way of keeping track of how many games we played this year. And I have prepared a tier list. And here are the tiers. The S tier is what did they lace this with? This means not only did I finish this game, I kept playing it. Maybe I played it over and over. Maybe I went into New Game Plus. But it's often, these are the tens or hundreds or thousands of hours in a game and I cannot put it down. Next up is finished it and I loved it. But then I stopped playing. You know, I finished it and I loved it. All right. Finished it. It was fun. Finished it. Didn't finish it, but it was fun. Maybe just a time issue. Maybe I was like torn between 2 games and that's not the one I chose, but I had fun, but I did not finish it all the way. Didn't finish it because of some negative reason. Early access. Now, early access, I will try to say exactly what where I would have put it if it was a finished product, okay? But early access, I don't think it's fair to grade a game based on its early access because I might give it a lower grade than what I would have if it was done. So, first off, let's start with the game I'm most known for, which is Guild Wars 2. All right? Guild Wars 2. Hold on, what does this person want?
I've been waiting for this tier list all year, ya bongos.
Oh my god. Guild Wars 2 is the game I'm most known for. Guild Wars 2 is the game I found success on as a streamer, as a content creator, as a guide maker. That's the game I took off on. I still love it. To me, this is still my favorite MMO. That will vary based on who you ask. You know, there are people that love World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy, whatever. This is still S tier for me. Now, do I think the brand newest content that came out in 2024 was like top tier for Guild Wars 2? No. I would say that for me, Janthier Wilds was probably like here. Maybe like low A, high B. However, if I'm grading Guild Wars 2 based on just everything I played this year, it's still going to be S tier for me. I still love it. I still can't put it down. I'm still playing thousands of hours in it, you know, so that hasn't changed. And some of these games did not come out this year. Some of these were older titles, but I played them this year, so I'm not grading them based on what came out in 2024. I'm grading them based on what I played in 2024. Okay, next one. Disco Elysium. This, for those who haven't seen it, is a story-driven game. It is fully voice acted now, but there is a lot of reading, a lot of talking, but it is incredible storytelling. And you basically play a cop that took so many drugs or got so drunk the night before the game starts, he forgot he's a cop, and you're just like shambling around in an absolute mess, and you find a guy that you presume is your partner and start solving a murder with him. And it is just, it's incredible storytelling. The basically everything that you read and everything that is audio is amazing. The visuals for me are fine. They were fine. So I would say I finished it. I would say low A, high B tier for me. I'll be generous and put it here. I'll say I love the game, but I do not have any intention of playing it again. It was a very long game for like a single playthrough, and I'm not really itching to do more of that. By the way, to future Noxxi, if you could, when I talk about each of these, at least like the higher tier ones, if you could like show a few like moments of gameplay while I'm talking, I'd appreciate that. I'm gonna get Noxxi to add some editing, chat. So on that note, let's find another great one. This one I just finished last week. We made, in the last year, a game recommendations webpage. And the game recommendations webpage allows people in the community, whether they watch me live, whether they just watch the recorded stuff later on, whatever, to vote on this webpage. And they can basically go here, search for a game and add it to the list, or add a vote to games already on the list. And Cyberpunk was the game with the most votes for a long period of time. And I started playing Cyberpunk simply because the community asked me to. And I was like, okay, it looks fine. It looks like something I'm willing to try. I was not super excited about it. Boy, was I wrong. That was amazing. I think I'm going to say low S tier. It was so good. It was good enough that when I found out that when you finish the main quest, that the story ends, I stopped working on the main quest to do every side quest I could find, which was like 140 side quests. Then I finished the main quest, and I plan to play it more off stream. That was a really freaking good game. It was like, if it's basically sci-fi Skyrim. That's the simplest way I can explain it. It is a large open world. You can solve problems with many skills. Maybe you can do a strength check to tear a door open with your mechanical arms that you shouldn't be able to get into. Maybe you can use your intelligence to just hack the door and make it just open for you. You know, there's all kinds of crazy stuff you can do. And since people have machinery parts in them in this universe, hacking is basically magic in the game. Like, you can, like, hack someone and make all the grenades on their belt just detonate. Problem gone. You know, like, stuff like that. Like, there is some crazy, crazy stuff you could do. The storytelling was phenomenal, and it left me just itching for more. I played the game, the DLC, did all the side stuff I could find, and I'm probably going to play it again. It's also a choices matter game. It's one of those games where there's many endings to many quests. Like, many of the quests, including the main one, have multiple endings based on the choices you make. So it was really, really good IMO. Okay. Next up, let's see. Assassin's Creed Odyssey. I'm going to say I finished it, and it was fun. It was fun. It was all right. I would say Assassin's Creed is not a franchise I'm passionate about, but I tried it. It was pretty good. It was pretty long for what it was. I did not finish all the side content. I just kind of focused on the main quest, and it was still an incredibly long game. But it was enjoyable for what it was. One of my main memories is one of the final fights in the game I had was Medusa, and my God, they did Medusa dirty. That was just so disappointing, the way that they had Medusa in the boss fight. But like, the rest of the game was pretty good. So I enjoyed it. As far as like what's the gameplay like, it's like every other Assassin's Creed game. You can be sneaky, you can just run up to people and attack them in the face and stab them whatever way you prefer. But yeah, it was I've played Assassin's Creed 2, Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, Assassin's Creed Odyssey, and Valhalla. And you know, obviously 2 of those are much older than the others. I think Valhalla is probably my favorite one, and then Odyssey second of the 4 that I've played. You still haven't done the Atlantis DLC? That is correct. I have not played the Atlantis DLC. All right, Brotato. I didn't finish it for negative reasons. I played Brotato on one stream, and afterward, I got hit with, it was either 7 or 11 copyright claims because of the music in the game. Like, I got slammed. And I was like, all right, This game was cute, but it was not so good that I'm going to let them just attack my channel every day I play it. So for negative reasons, I'm putting it there. Now that's as a content creator, not as a gamer. As a gamer, it was fine. In the I played it one day, so I don't know, maybe like 5 hours I played it. I would say to me, it felt like I was playing God of Weapons with worse graphics. Literally felt like the same game, but worse graphics. However, I think Brotato probably came out first, so it's fine. I'm just, in my own personal experience, that's how it felt. Let's see, what's another one? A Quiet Place. Now, during Halloween, we usually play a lot of scary games. There's quite a few in here. Quiet Place, The Road Ahead. All right, now here's the thing. Scary games to me aren't really fun. I kind of just play them because my audience enjoys watching me suffer. However, the story in A Quiet Place was quite good. And it was also a choices matter. Like, there was many different people that you were kind of bouncing between. And they could... Wait, I'm sorry. Right now, I'm confusing A Quiet Place with Until Dawn. Okay. There's one main person you play in A Quiet Place, and it is a game. There was a movie as well. I still have not seen the movie, but there's a lot of tie-ins to the movie in the game that people pointed out to me as I was playing it. In Quiet Place, the whole thing is the game picks up your microphone. So if I was noisy in real life, they would hear me in the game. Hello, Furion. Thank you. So I had to be quiet during those moments, and chat thought it was funny. They were trying to jump scare me, and if they scared me and I just breathed wrong, the monster could hear me and stuff like that. And the whole thing was get through the game and be quiet. Which at some moments, some people were like, this is boring, you just tiptoe everywhere. But at the same time, that was kind of what you were supposed to do. But it was fun as an entertainer. I would say, in total, my experience of it was I finished it, and it was fun for a horror game. Definitely not itching to ever play it again. It was just like a for Halloween thing, and it was pretty good for what it was. I will say I didn't care for the ending. It felt very lackluster, but the journey to get there was enjoyable for a horror game. Okay, so I was accidentally starting to give you guys a description of Until Dawn. Until Dawn is another horror game that we played for Halloween, and Until Dawn, you play a bunch of different characters, and the story in that one was quite good. I was engaged in the story. There was occasionally quick time events, like it would pop up and be like, do you go left or right? And you had like 3 seconds to pick, and if you didn't pick in time, it just did one randomly, and people could die. There was a bunch of stupid teens, and you were controlling them, and your control would bounce between the different characters, and you would make decisions. And I got, I think, all but one of them out alive. I think one of them died. And it was like a very fast decision, and I clicked it, and I'm like, wait, no, that was bad. And then, yeah, they were gone. It was really quick. So that one, I would say, the storytelling was good, and it kept me engaged. Again, I'm not even wild about horror games, but I'll say it was fun, and I finished it. Which was the one with Rami? I believe that was the Dark Anthology. Where is that? Right here, House of Ashes. House of Ashes, same as the other. This one is also a horror game that we played for Halloween. Dark Anthology House of Ashes is one where you play some military guys. They get sent to... It was somewhere in the Middle East. I don't remember the exact location. And they're going there to do army stuff. And they are fighting some local freedom fighters that are there. And the ground gives way. And they fall into this like ancient tomb. And there's like monsters in there. And your control is bouncing between different people that are in the American military, as well as one guy that was in like the freedom fighters. Someone in chat said it was Afghanistan, and you are trying to get them out alive, and your decisions can get them killed. I definitely did not get everyone killed. There's apparently a way, if you make the perfect decisions throughout the whole game, to get everybody out alive. But again, it was engaging as a story.
Dropping into resub with Bezos Bucks. Happy New Year, Muck and chat.
Thank you, Alan. We appreciate that. It was engaging as a story. Again, as a horror game, which isn't my favorite genre, but for what it was a decent story. I will say it was definitely lower tier than these. These were definitely more interesting than that one. So I'm going to put that low B tier. Let's see. Devil May Cry 5. I had never played I'd never played a Devil May Cry game before this one. And I don't remember under what circumstances chat convinced me to play this. I will say it was just stupid fun, though. It was stupid fun. Like, the absolute, insane BS crap that they would do in the game was just a lot of it. Like, I remember the intro, there's like a van, and it hits a ramp, and it goes in the air. And as the van is doing, like, a barrel roll through the air, this one guy jumps out, kills a whole bunch of monsters, and then jumps back into the van while the driver of the van is lighting a cigarette while she's doing the barrel with it. And it does the whole opening intro credits during this scene. It was like so over the top. It was almost like a Bollywood moment. It's so excessively over the top, but it was fun and silly and crazy. And I probably low A tier. I really enjoyed it. No urge to, like, just the actual play style of the game, chat was giving me a hard time on, because I was like, I'd find a move that worked, and I would just spam that move. And, I was, basically the worst guy at the Smash Bros. Party. And chat was just like, Muck, this is a game about combos. I'm like, it doesn't say that anywhere. And they're like, just trust me, you're supposed to use combos. Mix it up more. And I'm like, fine. I was just happy just spamming, one thing to get through it. But they didn't like that. Let's see. What's another one? Let's just pick one. Detroit Become Human. The first QuickTime event game I ever played. And you know what? It kind of was downhill after that. So I'm gonna say low A tier. That was the first and also best QuickTime event game I've played so far. It was very enjoyable. The story was solid. It kept me engaged all the way through. And the amount of time you had to complete events was just fast enough that I was sweating sometimes. Whereas every single one of these other games, you have so much time. Like, you can go make a sandwich and come back and the QuickTime event still isn't over. So Detroit Become Human, really good. For anyone who hasn't played it, the whole idea is there are, cyborgs, or basically robot people that live amongst humans in society. Some of them, one of them helps out the police, and, you control him sometimes. And there's another one that's like a maid at a guy's house. And there is another one that works for this rich old guy, and the old guy is getting him to paint. And they all have different experiences, and there's like a robot uprising, and they each are involved in it in different ways. Some of them are, helping with it, some of them are hindering it, some of them are just trying to survive. And you are kind of bouncing through the story between them and making different choices for them. But it was really, really enjoyable. And the other QuickTime events, the other QuickTime event games I played, I was like, oh man, these are not as good as Detroit Become Human. All right, what else we got? Deep Rock Galactic Survivors. I'm pretty sure this one's early access. My camera's out of focus. This game is just like Vampire Survivors or Soulstone Survivors, any of those, but it's rock and stone. It's the dwarves. And if you haven't played it, it's very enjoyable. It's a very, simple little game. I would imagine it's quite cheap. Let me see. Deep Rock Galactic Survivor. Yeah, I did like 15 hours almost. Yeah, EA, and it's currently $7. It's on sale right now. But it's a fun little game. You just running around as one of the dwarves, and you're on a map, and you are trying to get resources while monsters are coming in, and you're killing the monsters, and the map is getting worse and worse and worse and worse and worse until you accomplish the objective and then can successfully extract. Yeah, that's how that works. Pretty simple. And it was fun. So put that in early access. What else we got here? Dyson Sphere program. I'm thinking about playing it again, but I haven't yet. So I'm going to say very high A tier. Dyson Sphere program, I was holding off on playing it until they added enemies, because I played Factorio and I loved it. I played Satisfactory and I got bored, because in Satisfactory, there's no threats. You're just a kid in a sandbox and you just tell mom when you're done. There's nothing that bothers you in Satisfactory or bothers the things you create. So when they added enemies to Dyson Sphere program, I was like, all right, let's try it. And I freaking loved it. It was fantastic. And I'm thinking about playing it again. Very enjoyable game. For those who don't know what a Dyson sphere is, the idea is imagine you know like a solar panel, sunlight hits it and it gets energy, right? So imagine a bunch of solar panels around a star. So they're capturing all of the energy coming off of the star, which is obviously an absurd feat of engineering, making a sphere that goes around a star. And the idea of the Dyson Sphere program is you build up a economy to the point where you do that. You make actual the Dyson spheres around a star, and then use those to power whatever you've got. But then there's alien ships. There's like alien fleets and stuff, and those are the enemies that are in the game now. So I really, really like that one. Next up, Dredge. Dredge, I'm gonna say it was fun. That's actually one of my most successful game reviews. I did a sponsored stream for them. It's a game about fishing, but it is Cthulhian. So you start out, you're just fishing, and then you start fishing up stuff that has too many eyes, teeth, tentacles, things like that, start getting weird. And if you start pursuing this and trying to figure out what's going on under the water, you start finding some really, really creepy stuff going on. And it's a game with multiple endings. And the thing is, it's also family friendly. I'm impressed that they were able to make a family friendly Cthulhian game, but they pulled it off, and I'm impressed by that. There's multiple endings, and if you play this game, if you finish one of the endings, definitely YouTube how to get the other one. They go hand in hand, and it is, what the twist is really good. Really good. Additionally, I have not yet played the DLC, but the company was awesome. They sponsored me for the 2-hour stream. I enjoyed it. I finished the entire game. I did a positive review video of it. They found out about the review video. They were really happy, and then they sponsored me again when they did a big update later on. Their DLC, there's a DLC they did about like an oil platform or something that I have not played yet. It's on my to-do list. Next up, Black Myth Wukong. I'm going to say A tier for sure. Probably above Disco Elysium. Black Myth Wukong cleared the whole game. I believe I got every single boss. Did it on mouse and keyboard. Greatly enjoy it. Amazing, amazing game. I also made a review video for it, a positive one. It's a Souls-like game that is all about Journey to the West. With the Monkey King and all the crazy stuff you run into. And I gotta tell you, if you don't know Journey to the West, which I didn't, you are not gonna predict anything that goes... Here's an example. This is actually in the game. Your best friend is like 3 feet tall, has neck down, the body of a human, neck up, the body of a boar. His weapon of choice is a rake, like the one you use to rake leaves in your yard. And he beats people to death with it. His girlfriend's a spider. Everything I just said was true. That's Black Myth Wukong. And amidst all that insanity, it is also a Souls-like. So you fight all this crazy stuff you run into. But of course, you are playing the Monkey King, which is the inspiration behind, Goku, and, Wukong from League of Legends, and the Monkey Tonic from Guild Wars 2. And any game where there's a monkey with a staff that changes sizes, and he surfs on a cloud, and he makes clones of himself, that's based off of that. So it's crazy. It is fun. It was gorgeous. It ran well. So yeah, definitely A tier. Great experience. Final Fantasy, what was this? 16? Final Fantasy 16. This is the only final... Hold on, is that the right number? Hold on, the thumbnail is so small. I'm double checking here. Final Fantasy XVI. That's 16, right? Yeah, I think that's 16. Final Fantasy 16 is the only Final Fantasy I've ever finished. I played the MMO like briefly. I just didn't get into it. FF16, we started playing it and ended up finishing it. I had some technical issues with it, so I moved it over to GeForce Now and I played it on there using their computers. There was definitely some moments where it was pretty dull. It's like, oh, you're fighting God, and then on the next mission, you're helping like a farmer, and it was just like, okay. But the high moments were really high. Like, there was this one fight where you fight Titan, who controls Earth. Oh my God, that was memorable. Like, you're fighting this dude, and he's already, like, you know, he's like 8 feet tall, and you're like 5'11", which might as well be 2 feet tall. And then he powers up, and he turns into like a 30-foot tall guy, and then you're fighting him. And then he powers up again, and basically just is like, I'm gonna be that mountain. And he turns into the mountain, and you're like running along his arms and stuff, and like trying to take him out. And it's like playing amazing music. And it was like those moments were kind of like, it was channeling Devil May Cry. But again, the whole game wasn't like that. I will also say I hated the ending of it, but I will say a very high B tier. It was fun. I enjoyed it. I finished it. I think I did all the side. I think I did 99% of the side quests. There was 1 or 2 I didn't want to do. Cult of the Lamb. We revisited Cult of the Lamb because of the Sins of the Flesh update, which is when they added like they added schmicks. Yeah, it doesn't show it obviously, but they added naughty time to the game and a whole bunch of other weird stuff to it. But we played it. I think it was in January because it was almost 2023 when we played it. But I'll say, you know, finished it and it was fun. Cult of the Lamb is already a great game, and their update added some good stuff to it. My first Five Nights at Freddy's game, Into the Pit. Now, I know a lot about FNAF. Now, this, I don't know how unusual this is. I have no interest in playing the jump scare games. However, love the lore, like from a storyteller perspective. Like, I've watched so many hour-long videos of MatPat explaining the entire story so far. So I know a lot of the lore of the franchise up to this point. Also, my kid wanted to see the movie, so I saw the movie with him. So I played Into the Pit, and that's the first time I played a FNAF game because the graphics were really unique. And it was like, well, Noxxi would put some on the screen. Thanks, Nox. But it was a very one-of-a-kind art style that looked really cool. Again, not really into horror games, but it was pretty cool. There was one part that was frustrating. There was one unclear moment where I didn't know what I was supposed to do, and we got stuck there for like 10 or 15 minutes. And there was one part where it was a difficult part, and if I died, I had to replay like 5 minutes of gameplay to get back to that part, and then I might immediately die again, because I couldn't figure out what to do. And the game doesn't let you just save whenever. It just has checkpoints. So there were some unfortunate parts of the game, but overall, it was definitely fun. I think I'm going to put it above A Quiet Place. All right. Backpack Battles. One of the tiers on my Patreon is called Sponsor of the Zone, and they could basically say, I want you to play this game tonight. So for a 5-hour stream, they basically just control the stream. And one of them said, I love this game and I want you to try it out, and it's called Backpack Battles. And it is a very simple game with very simple graphics, but it was enjoyable. I had fun playing it. It honestly felt like playing another game I've played before called God of Weapons, which I mentioned that when we talked about Brotato, except it was simpler graphics. Like, it almost looks like paper doll graphics. But basically, the better you can organize your adventurer's inventory, the more firepower they have. So it's kind of like Tetris, but also an auto battler at the same time, whereas God of Weapons, you're moving around in real time. I'm pretty sure that Backpack Battles is an early access. Let me see. Yeah, it is. It is. Okay, so for fairness, I'm going to put it in EA. However, if I had to grade it, I would probably say B tier. I finished what the content was there, and it was fun. Elden Ring, Shadow of the Erdtree came out, and we went into it, and we cleared everything. So when I played the original Elden Ring release, I did it blind. So if I didn't find it, I didn't know about it until later. Things like Melania that everybody knows about, I never found her, so I didn't know she existed. So when we finished Shadow of the Erdtree, I went back to fight like Melania and stuff like that, and dude, I killed her in like 10 seconds. Now granted, unlike many other people, I didn't do it, butt naked with a stick in my hand, and they're like, oh, I'll get one shot by anything. I have to parry everything. No, I went at her with magic, and I blew her up. But overall, the expansion was really good. I enjoyed it. Final boss fight, I was stuck on that for a couple of hours until I mastered that. It was very satisfying being able to beat it. I think I cleared every boss that was in there and a lot of the open world stuff. I would say very high A tier. Loved it. Didn't have the urge to keep playing it over and over and over, but I did love it while I was there. Against the Storm. Even with magic, how the heck do you kill Melania in 10 seconds? Okay, so real quick on Elden Ring. I went in there, and I had a spell that would shoot a wave of like spiky roots, right? And the spiky roots would do bleed buildup. She came at me and she was near a wall. So instead of the roots like passing through her, they like hit here and then went up the wall and hit her like 5 times. And I was me casting the spiky roots, and also my clone was casting the spiky roots. So as she approached us, we applied bleed on her like 27 times. So she literally popped like a balloon. So I was just like, cast, phase 2. Cast. Oh, dodge a little bit, panic dodge. She's doing the rain dance or whatever it is, and then again. Like she died very fast. I want to see that. Hang on a second. I had the clip saved. I don't know if I still have it saved. Give me a minute. Let me see if it's still here. Is that... Is that it? Hold on. This is a clip from Elden Ring. What is this one? Oh my god, I found it! Wow. I didn't think I'd find it that quickly. What? She's by the wall and they're bouncing off the wall. There you go. Melania phase 1. There you go. Yeah, I mean, I fought her after the DLC, but, yeah. Easy. But yeah, I didn't, again, I wasn't fighting her naked with a stick. You know, the whole legend of the people fighting her and she's really tough, they're dodging and parrying. I'm like, screw that, I'm standing back here. I'm just gonna shoot her. Like, that's nutty. No. Okay, so that was my experience with Elden Ring. All right, next up, Against the Storm. Guys, S tier. S tier. Against the Storm is a game that is about making a city, but it's a roguelike. I have played it 149 hours this year, and it is all about building a city, and if you're successful, it's like, okay, hold on a second. Imagine like a world map, and there's one city in a crater that is safe from this murder storm that's passing by constantly. And you go out and build a city. If you're successful, then you go out and build another one, and you use your previous city as like a trade route, and you keep trying to get further to get resources back to home base. After enough time has passed, the next superstorm comes around and everybody flees back to the main city and your old ones are destroyed. So it is a roguelike, but also a city builder at the same time. And it has, I think, 25 levels of difficulty. And the first 4, the rewards increase dramatically, and then they kind of plateau a bit. But difficulties like 5 through 25 are a little more reward for a lot more risk. And I managed to beat a map on the top difficulty 1 time. And it took me a lot of work to do that, and I really enjoyed it. I just really enjoyed it. A bit like Frostpunk. Okay, kind of, but you've got more control over individuals. Like, you can specifically say, Bob, you're better at tailoring, go to that building. You know, like you can control individual people and say, you're here, you're there, we're out of firewood, so stop bothering to work at the kiln and go do something else, you know, etc. So it's whereas Frostpunk, you're controlling like thousands of people, so it's just like, if you have enough people, they're doing the thing, and that's it. So it's more like, I guess, a colony sim than like a city sim. But it was one of my favorite games. It was really good. Okay, another Crab's Treasure, also known as Crab Souls. This is a Dark Souls game that looks like it was made by Disney, basically. You play a little crab, and you move around, and you're a hermit crab, so you can change your shell. Like, you can change it from like a tin can to a pill bottle, etc. And if you block an attack with your shell, it will take damage, and the shell can break, and the durability of the shell will vary depending on what it is. Like, you know, you can have like an egg as your shell, it breaks after 1 hit, or you can have like a tin can, and it, you know, is a lot harder, and your weapon is a fork that you find. And so you don't have a lot of customization with your loadouts. You're basically using a fork and your shell, and maybe some special powers that they call like umami powers. But it was a very fun game. I cleared the whole thing, definitely putting it into finished it, and it was fun. There's also this fun little thing. There's a cheat mode you can turn on at any time where your shell becomes a gun. Like the hermit crab lives in the ammo compartment, and you can literally just shoot any boss and kill it instantly if you're sick of their crap. So after we killed the final boss, we went back and reloaded to right before it and turned on gun mode and just shot it in the head one time. It was so silly. But I mean, this is kind of a meme thing. Give me Muck a coffee. Sure, there you go. All right, Core Punk. Core Punk kind of reminded me of playing WoW 20 years ago. Core Punk is an early access, so I have to put it here. I would say it was a fun game. But incredibly slow. Now, I can appreciate slow gameplay, okay? I played EverQuest. I played WoW when it came out. I don't mind a slow grind. Core Punk is incredibly slow. Like, it feels like there's not enough, like, quest items and mobs in the world. Like, I played for over an hour before I found a tree I could chop down. Like, very slow. And the developer right now is very vehement about he wants it to be a slow game. But the people that are playing it, a lot of them like it, but a lot of them have similar critique to what I said. Like, it just feels like there's not enough in the world for the amount of players playing it right now. I don't know if they're going to change it or anything like that, but I did have fun while I was playing it. So I'd probably put it in, if it wasn't for EA, I would say didn't finish it, but it was fun. But it is a slow grind right now. Maybe they'll change that. I don't know. Alan Wake 2. Definitely finished it and was fun. Probably put it over here. It was... I've played the Alan Wake series so far. I played Alan Wake, and I played the DLC, and I played Control, and I've played Alan Wake 2. And Alan Wake 2... I was expecting them to tie off a lot more, knots than they did. And when it ended, it ends on a cliffhanger. I'm going to tell you now. And I about flipped the table. Like, waited so many years for Alan Wake 2 to come out, and it ends on a cliffhanger. And I'm like, God dang it. So that was really frustrating. The story itself was really good. It's not over yet. It's still going. You play a new character. You play this cop lady sometimes, and you play Alan sometimes. But I did enjoy its weird abstract craziness, just like I have in the past. And there was a musical number in the game that is extremely memorable. Yeah. Have you played the Alan Wake 2 DLCs? I've played all of them, other than the one that's like Alabama Chainsaw Massacre or whatever it's called. It's just like a goofy thing. I've played all the others. Okay, what's next? Amanda the Adventurer. Okay, this is a game that looks like, imagine like you go into an attic and there's like a VHS player, and you pop in a tape that you find nearby, and it's like the Teletubbies. It's like a very child-friendly program, but it's kind of weird, and it's like a haunted VHS type of thing, right? And so you're watching this show that's about, like, it's almost like Dora the Explorer, except when you turn around, you think Dora's trying to kill you. That's Amanda the Adventurer. So it took us like one day to clear it. It was interesting. I'm probably just going to put it and finish it. I didn't hate it. I didn't love it either. But I'm just going to put it and finished it, because that's what we did. We finished it. It was a weird one. Apparently the sequel came out, and my kid, who loves scary stuff, wants me to play the sequel. You don't play Alan Wake? No, you do play Alan Wake. You do. You play Alan Wake and the new character, who it's a her. I can't forget her name right this, or can't remember her name right this second, but you do play him sometimes. Chained Together. I let my son likes to stream with me on Father's Day. It's become like a yearly thing that we've done each year since he was like 6 or 7, and he's 13 now. I have a teenager, guys. Chained Together is a game where you've got two people, and they're trying to do jumping puzzles like Chalice of Tears, and they're chained together. So if one person falls, they might pull the other one down too. If someone falls and the other one's fast enough, they can brace themselves and grab the chain and save them. But it's often if one falls, they both fall. Now they've got two gameplay modes. One where it's just normal, and the other is kind of like it's the baby mode, and I hate that they call it that. But if you fall, you can teleport back. You can basically undo Okay, so you could go back like 5 seconds. We tried to play it on the normal mode, but like, let's say you're 10 minutes in and you die, you fall, not die, you don't die. Let's say you fall and you're 10 minutes in, you gotta replay the last 10 minutes perfectly to proceed. If you're 40 minutes in and you fall, you might have to replay 40 minutes perfectly to get back to where you were. So after like 30 minutes to an hour of us getting some distance and falling and getting some distance and falling, we finally, for the sake of progress, we turned on the get to the end mode, and it still took us many hours to finish it. But it was a fun game, but I think most of the fun I had was because I was playing it with my kid. So I'm probably gonna put it at the top of finished it tier. I'm gonna put it there. Okay. Diablo 4 Vessel of Hatred. So Diablo 4 and Dragon Age Veilguard make me want to add a tier that says this game made me lose interest in a franchise I was following for 20 years. And I would put both of those games there. So I did finish D4. You know what? Hang on a second. Hang on. Let me see. Add a row below. And... because I don't even want to put it... like, I don't want to put it next to Chain Together. That'd be an insult to Chain Together. Oh, 1 second here. Okay, there we go. I don't want to put it there. I'm going to put it in the shame tier. So, D4 Vessel of Hatred. All right? 1, the new class, the Spiritborn, in terms of gameplay, it was green. It was exactly the same as the others, but green. In terms of balance, it was doing... chat, I am being literal. Millions of times more damage than the other classes. So the balance was non-existent for this release. In terms of story, I don't think the people that wrote the story for D4, Vessel of Hatred, played or read what happened in D1. Because it didn't really make sense. In terms of world building, it didn't make any sense. Because like you'd find these weird puzzles and it was like, there's no valid reason that these would have existed in the past. They don't make any sense. And then in terms of the ending, in D4 and also D4 Vessel of Hatred, at the very end, someone who that you've been trusting and working with, out of nowhere, betrays you so that they have a breadcrumb trail to continue and sell another expansion later. There was no build up to it at all, just betrayal, and they'd use the exact same thing at the end of that one. So that was really disappointing. And I did just slam Dragon Age Veilguard. Where is it in here? I don't know where. No, that's Last Epoch. That's something else. I can't even tell. What is that? I can't tell what that is. Oh, man. Second row from the top. Oh, thank you. All right, so Dragon Age Veilguard. I actually talked about this earlier because someone asked me about it. So I actually have a lot to say about it. The TLDR for Dragon Age Veilguard, if you want to pause the stream and read, like, these are the critiques I have about it, okay? Dragon Age, we were so hyped for Dragon Age Veilguard. We just played Dragon Age Origins, Dragon Age 2, and Dragon Age Inquisition and all their DLCs. We were so hyped for this, and this was simply a massive disappointment. The reasons why I feel that way are right here, but it was... just to read a couple of them, you start with all weapons equipped and never unlock new weapon types. You can only have 3 buttons on your bar, down from like 10. You can't control your companions, which you could in every previous game. You can only ask them to use their skill, but when you use one, all their other skills go on cooldown, so it's pointless to level more than one. Just use the good one every single time. The party size is limited to 3, down from 4 from every other game, so there's less companion interactions. To use companion skills, you have to pause the game and select the skill every time, so you're pausing and unpausing every 20 seconds, which ruins the flow of the game. Faces look like Pixar. They ruined the Your Choices Matter from previous games, except for like one of them. There's massive plot holes. Like, it just... Like, just one example, there's this giant dead dragon. There's, like, ribs. You're getting chased by monsters. You run between the ribs and turn around, and the monsters are like, they can't get you. They're half your size. Why can they not get between the ribs? They are half your size, and they get stuck there. But you don't. It's like, there's just so many moments like that where it's like, this makes no sense. You know, and like, it's not even talking about the mage character who pushes over like a 30,000-pound stone statue at the beginning of the game. Like, it just makes no sense. So, yeah, I was incredibly disappointed by that. Their hitbox is too big? I guess. All right. Dome Keeper. Dome Keeper, finished it. It was very fun. I'm almost tempted to say loved it. I made a positive review video about it, probably below Cult. But Dome Keeper was a lot of fun. Simple little game where it's like a roguelike. Your dome, your ship lands on a planet and you're trying to dig down and get resources, but occasionally you got to run back to your ship because it gets attacked from above, kind of like a Galaga. And you got to balance your time. Do you keep digging for resources? Do you stay near the ship to defend it? When you get money, do you spend it to upgrade your ability to dig for more resources, or do you spend it on the defenses? You know, and you got to find a nice balance. And it was a very enjoyable little game, little indie game, and I enjoyed it. Death Must Die. This one, I didn't finish it, but it was fun. Death Must Die is kind of like Vampire Survivors, Soulstone Survivors, Deep Rock Galactic Survivors. It's one of those, except all the gods are, I shouldn't hide this. They're all hot anime chicks. Chat suggested it. I played it. They're all hot anime chicks. But the actual gameplay was very enjoyable. It was just like all those other Survivor games. Honestly, if you like those, you'll like this one. If you didn't, then you won't. Empire of the Ants. Didn't finish it, but it was fun. Empire of the Ants is a interesting RTS game. RTS is real-time strategy. Games like Warcraft 1, StarCraft, Command & Conquer, stuff like that. Except you play an ant, and your abilities are all like pheromone this, pheromone that. But you command other ants. So you could be like, you guys, hit them. You guys, flank around. You guys, go get that apple. We need food. You know? So it's like you're controlling an RTS that's like, you know, the size of a picnic, but you're way down there and you're on the ground. You know, you don't even have the above view you would normally have in RTSs. So sometimes you have to just get close enough to others in order to order them to do what you need them to do. So Empire of the Ants was a very unique, novel thing. We did, man, I don't know. We probably, well, let me check here. Let me check. Let's see. Ant. Empire of the Ants. We played 5 hours. So we did like one full stream of it, and it was enjoyable. I got sponsored to play 2 hours, so I ended up playing 5. I had fun. It's a very unique thing. It definitely didn't have its hooks in me, but I enjoyed what I played. Definitely keep an eye on it, because they might improve it even further than it is. Enshrouded. I'm pretty sure Enshrouded is still... Oh, not shame. Early access. If it wasn't in early access, I would probably put it in high B tier. It was a very fun game. It is kind of like Valheim, with probably a slightly more forgiving system. But it's a survival open world RPG. You know, you can craft a building, you can make castles, you can craft items, and you go around and there's this stuff called the Shroud, which normal humans cannot go into. You can for limited periods of time. And you go out and, you know, you basically... you know, kill tougher enemies, get better gear, kill tougher enemies, get better gear, kind of like Terraria, but it's quite enjoyable. And again, if it wasn't early access, I'd probably put it in B tier, like high B tier. Evil Genius 2. Finished it and loved it. Evil Genius 2 is kind of like you're making a little base. It almost kind of felt like I was playing like a Sims, like, no, not SimCity, Dungeons. Yeah, I remember like Dungeons or Dungeon Keeper. It felt like that, but James Bond villain. You know, you had your minions, and you had a very, you know, strong accent, and you're ordering them around, and you're trying to make like a doomsday weapon and stuff like that. But you're making this underground base, but one side of the base is like a casino, and that's a front for it. But you got to keep the customers in the casino and keep anyone that shouldn't be in the doomsday area out of the doomsday area, stuff like that. But it was fun, and I played it more off stream, so I almost have to put it in S tier. But it was very good. Frostpunk 2. I will say Frostpunk 2, I finished it and it was very fun. I think I played like 2 full rounds of it. It is very different from Frostpunk 1. So if you liked Frostpunk 1, that's not a promise that you're gonna like the second one. But you might love both. I enjoyed both of them. But you know, the plot is you've got a city you're trying to keep alive, and it is, you know, freezing, like, you know, sometimes negative 100-degree weather, and you have to make tough choices. Like, do you mix sawdust into the soup to make it feed more people, even though that's not great for the human body? You know, do you send the children to work in the mines? They really want to work in the mines, but do you let them work in the mines? The children crave the mines. Stuff like that. You have tough choices to make, and every one of them has negative things that can happen as a result of it. So it was a fun game. It also had some decent Twitch integration, so we had some stuff where chat could vote, like, you know, send them to the mines. They always did that. But it was good. It was good. Helldivers 2. Helldivers 2 has had a lot of ups and downs this year, but let's just talk about my own experience. I'm going to say low A tier. I loved it, really enjoyed it. It does get very repetitive. You're doing the same thing a lot, but it's very enjoyable. As a streamer, I think my audience got bored of seeing it, because when you're playing it on Monday, it looks the same as when you're playing it on Friday. Nothing really changes. I had a lot of fun playing it. If my audience loved seeing it every night, I probably would have played it for another few weeks at least before I took a break from it. I took a break because I had, you know, seen basically everything there was to offer at that time. They've added a new faction since I last played it, but at that time I had seen everything there was to offer, and also I felt like my audience was tired of it, so I was like, okay, it's time to move on to another game. But I very much enjoyed it, and I have good things to say about it. Now, the company that owns Helldivers has made a lot of stupid decisions about the game, which it's almost fascinating, because often when you see like a game company burn a bridge with gamers, they don't bounce back. But Helldivers is like, everyone loves us, everyone hates us, everyone loves us, we messed up again, they hate us again, and then they love us again. So it's amazing how much they've bounced back from these catastrophic F-ups that they have done. I don't usually see companies pull that off, so that's, you know, respect for them to being able to do that. But yeah, that was Helldivers. Okay, next thing. Ghosts of Tsushima. Finished it? Oh man, very, very high B tier. You know what? No, I'm going to put it in low A. Ghosts of Tsushima. A couple things about it. One, it's a Souls-like game. Honestly, in terms of Souls-likes, it's not that difficult. Like I don't consider myself great at parrying, and I was able to blast through that. But it was like, sometimes it was like Assassin's Creed, sometimes it was like a Souls-like, you know, depending on where you were, if you were fighting the little dudes or a big guy. But it was enjoyable. The story was very good. The world is beautiful. This is the part that stuns me the most on this game. There's a running joke that you know, developers these days don't know how to optimize, right? All they know how to do is eat, chip, and lie. Ghost of Tsushima was a game where the wind would blow and every blade of grass would be moving individually. And you would move through them and they would part as your body went through them. So it was rendering all the blades of grass individually. And I was getting no lag. I didn't have to turn the settings down. My computer is not a space station anymore that it used to be. And when I would fast travel to the other end of the map, I could never count to 3 seconds. It'd be like 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, done. The game's optimization, like, I award this game best optimization I have seen in years, hands down, for what it had to offer. It was stunning how good it looked compared to how well it ran. Absolutely, like, in a good way. Let me see, Ghost of Tsushima, and also, let me see, it's 50 gigs. 50 gigs for, like, I feel like if EA made the game, it would have been like a 150 gig game. It was absolutely better than God of War. In terms of optimization, yes, better than God of War. And that's not me saying bad things about God of War, that's me saying good things about Ghost of Tsushima. In terms of optimization. Yeah, absolutely stunning. Dragon's Dogma 2. Okay, this, it's not you, it's me, you know? Dragon's Dogma 2. I refunded it after 2 hours. Dragon's Dogma 2, Dragon's Dogma 1, to go back in time further, I played through most of the game, didn't finish it because I got to a part that was just really stupid. If you played Dragon's Dogma 1, it was the part where I had to, like, jump into a pit and kill enemies and collect 20 Dragon Balls and then bring them back. And I was stuck on that for many hours trying to get the 20 Dragon Balls. And they drop in like quarters, so you had to get like a fourth of a Dragon Ball, so I needed like 80 fourths of Dragon Balls. And I had to do this, and I was never able to get past that point. In Dragon's Dogma 2, first off, I started as a mage. Here's mage combat. You can't dodge roll. You've got this little puff bubble wand. Okay? It slows your movement, so the whole fight you're just walking slowly, doing the most boring magic system I have ever seen in any fantasy video game I have ever played. The NPCs pathing is some of the worst I've ever seen. There were times, and again, I played 2 hours. There were times I was like, okay, there's enemies at the bottom of the hill. I'm going to slide down this hill with my companions, and we're going to get the jump on them. I slide down the hill. The enemies turn and jump me. I'm dying. I turn around. The last thing I see before I die is my 3 companions running in place at the top of the hill because they didn't come down with me. Okay, respawn. Respawn point is in some wacky spot, like a mile behind us, so I got to run a long distance to get back to where I was. This time, I'm like, okay, I'm going to go around the hill. I'm going to run along the shoreline. I run along the shoreline, and I hear someone screaming. I turn. 2 of my 3 companions are dying in the water. Because 1, they pathed into the water, and 2, there's no swimming in this game. If you go in the water, you just die. So when they couldn't go down the hill, I went down the shoreline, and they ran in the lake and killed themselves. Then there was like another moment with like a boulder I won't go into, but the point is, in like the first 2 hours, it was just an awful experience all around. Like the gameplay systems I found in those 2 hours, the way that the pawns worked, the pathing was all just really, really bad. And I was like, guys, I haven't had any fun yet. I haven't felt a drop of dopamine tonight. I was like, I think I'm gonna just refund this one. So I ended up refunding it. Now I know people love it, which is why I'm not saying it is like a terrible game. I'm saying I didn't finish it because my experience was awful. And I still joke about it to this day. Another game I'm playing right now is Kingdoms of Amalur, which came out like 10 years ago. You can swim in that game. And I'm like, hey guys, look, Dragon's Dogma couldn't do this. Oh, that comes up from time to time. Okay. Let's see. Eden. I'm going to put in early access. Eden was, I did a 2-hour sponsored stream for them. I will say I got the wrong impression. When I first talked with them about doing the sponsored stream, I thought it was something it was not. And I saw the trailer on Steam for it, and it's an EA game. And I thought it was a game where you make a city and also do like card battles and stuff. And it turned out that wasn't what the game was at all. I very much got the wrong impression from the Steam trailers. And I played it, and it was basically like a mobile game. And I don't mean that in a bad way, because I play Clash of Clans on my phone. I play other mobile games. I don't hate on mobile games. But this one was like a mobile game that wasn't finished yet. It felt like Lord's Mobile, but with less features. So I'm very much putting it in early access, but even if it wasn't in EA, like unless they add a lot more to it, it would not be something I would play regularly for sure. Last Epoch, got to put this in low S tier. Last Epoch is really, really fun. I often get asked when I play ARPGs, people be like, hey, I'm thinking about playing an ARPG. Do you recommend this one? No matter which one I'm playing. And I usually tell people, I recommend to you either Grim Dawn, Last Epoch, or Path of Exile 1 or 2. Please know that Path of Exile 1 and 2 require way more depth. If you love the idea of just an ocean of information and, theory crafting and stuff, Path of Exile is great. If you don't like the sound of that, Last Epoch and Grim Dawn are great. So I have very good things to say about Last Epoch. I've done some videos on it. It's really freaking good. Is it technically in EA or is it out of EA? Hang on just a second. I'm hearing fireworks for New Year's. Hang on. Store page. No, I didn't mean to do that. There we go. Okay. Okay, I think it's out of EA. Okay, wonderful. Then I can just leave it where it is, which is in low S tier. So yeah, I really enjoyed my time in it, and I'm definitely going to be revisiting it more in the future for sure. Okay. Fallout New Vegas. I played that this year, which is like 50 years since it came out, right? I had to mess with patches for 5 hours just to make this damn thing run. So I will say, not because of the game, but because of its age, it was a nightmare to even get this sucker to run. And we had so many crashes and so many problems. So I am trying to push all of that shit out of my head while I give this a grade. Fallout New Vegas was enjoyable. However, I was not having so much fun that I did all the side quests I could, because there was definitely, part of it was its age, but I was definitely, having a lot of frustration with like the crashing and stuff like that. On and slam and welcome to Japan, kids. It's time for Tentacles. I finished the game and it was fun, and I think that's where I'll leave it. I did, what's the other Fallout that I've played in the past? Fallout 4. I played 179 hours Fallout 4. I did multiple playthroughs of this one. I really enjoyed this one. New Vegas, I played it once through, and then I'm like, okay, I'm not doing that again. Like, it was just the patching and all that stuff was a nightmare. The game itself was fine. I definitely was a bit too murder hobo in it. Like, if people were like disrespected me really bad, I would just take them out, and people be like, what? That was a quest giver, and I'll be like, well, I'll join one of the other factions. And I found out really quickly, if you take out everyone who disrespects you, there's not many people left. So I took out way too many factions without realizing I was doing it. But there's a lot of them that shoot at you first and expect you to forgive them, and I honestly think that is naive. I think that's naive, and that's on them. That's not on me. Escape the Backrooms. This is a very silly game. Most people have seen at least memes about the Backrooms. It is an EA, so it has to go here. Escape the Backrooms is a game that my son wanted to play, and so I played it with him. We did it on stream for part of it, and part of it was off stream, but the playlist for all of these is on Mukluk Plays. But Escape the Backrooms is a game that is, the idea is like there's a part of reality where you can clip through it. You can fall through the floor and you land in the Backrooms. And what does humanity try to do? Well, let's just optimize this. They make like a hotel in there. They're like, yeah, we can fit like, 20 hotels worth of space in between this little section here. You just fall through the floor, and then, they do all this crazy stuff, and there's freaking monsters. Everybody dies. Oh, great. This is bad now. This is bad. So, you basically it's this really crazy adventure. Every floor is a different puzzle, and you'll never, like, one floor looks like you're outside, but you're still on a floor. There's all kinds of weird floors, stuff like this. And then, you can see this guy is running with his arms flailing behind him. Like, the people that you play are quite silly, almost like the Helldivers are. It was enjoyable. I think most of my enjoyment came from I was playing the game with my kid. If I were to rank it, I'd probably put in finished it, fun. I'd probably put it there. At Dead of Night. Played this for Halloween. This game had real actors. And there was this one that every time he would catch you, he would spin you around and scream in your face as he was bringing down a baseball bat. Jump scared the hell out of me so many times. I'm going to put it in finished it. Like, as far as a horror game goes, it was probably a good horror game because it scared me a lot. I think it scared me more than all the other horror games combined did. Like, these were dark stories. This was a cheesy story with really good jump scares that scared me bad. So I'm going to put that in finished it. Next up, Entropy Survivors. Entropy Survivors is a game I was sponsored to play with Bajira and Tangent and... Darn it, there was another one that I can't remember off the top of my head, but with me and some other streamers were sponsored to play this together. I had a lot of fun. I played it quite a bit off stream as well and unlocked some more stuff. It is a survivors game. It is like Vampire Survivors or Soulstone Survivors, any of these other ones, but it has its own twist, and it does have its own systems that set it apart from the others. It has things like talent trees. There are classes. I was playing a druid in one of them that specialized in making vine walls that impeded the enemy, while Bajiro was specializing in like battle axes and was like working on AoEing them down after I would kind of crowd control the area. So like I was not great at damage, but he wasn't great at control. So it was really cool. It was like a survivors game that it really encouraged teamwork, and I thought that was awesome. I had a lot of fun with that one. Absolutely going in the fun tier. Let's see. Next up, Galactic Civilizations 2. I was sponsored by the company that does Galactic Civ 2 and also Sins of a Solar Empire 2, and I played one of them one week and the other the next week. Galactic Civ 2, Galactic Civ 4. was fun, but I disliked that the combat was auto. Like, it basically, like, you send your ship in, and they send their ship in, and then it just said X wins. You know, it would just, paper, rock, scissors, or whatever. It'd be like, oh, you've got the greater forces, you win. And the other guy just disappeared. I didn't like the auto combat. The building and all was kind of cool, but it was like, you know, for me personally, I get the same satisfaction from building worlds in this game as I do building cities in Total War. But in Total War, there's also an amazing combat system. So for this one, I am gonna say I'm gonna say I didn't finish it, but it's all right. I definitely, it wasn't for a negative reason, so I'm gonna put it there. Like, it was all right, just it wasn't as good as some other stuff I played that I thought was better. And on that note, I mentioned Sins of a Solar Empire. Sins of a Solar Empire felt like a very similar game. However, Sins of a Solar Empire, the combat, there was more manual combat. You could move the ships around and do stuff in combat. So I really enjoyed that. Again, Total War scratched the same itch, but Total War, I had even more control, so I liked that more. On that note, where is it? All right, Total War. God dang it. What did they put in this game? All right, so my community introduced me. Muk, you should try Total War. I think you'd like it. In May. I now have 883 hours in it. And that may not seem like a lot, but keep in mind, that's out of 111 games I've played this year, or something like that. Total War is a game that, this is Total War Warhammer 3. You can go in there and you can play the elves, you can play the lizardmen, you can play the undead, you can play Egyptian undead, you can play vampire pirates undead, you can play the orcs and go wah, you can play Khorne, blood for the blood god, you can play Nurgle and spread disease and pestilence, you can play freaking rats, and who needs quality when you've got quantity and just hit them with 3,000 rats. There's so much crazy fantasy stuff. Dragon Mommy, yeah, you can play was it Cantha, which is based on China, and they've got the Great Wall, and they can turn into dragons, like Chinese dragons. There's so much stuff, and I have done so many playthroughs of the game. It's so good. And also, I was so hooked on it, I was like, I bought a few DLCs. There's like $300 of DLC for this game. I was like, chat, if you give me a DLC, I'll play it. A few months later, I played like every DLC. I've tried all of them. There's like 300 factions in the game, and I've played like 50 of them. It's like so much. Cathay. Oh yeah, Cathay. I said Cantha. Cantha is Guild Wars 2 China. Cathay is Total War China. Yeah. Yeah. It was so good. It's so freaking good. So yeah, this has been crack for me this year. I've spent almost 900 hours on it. So good. What else we got? Keep talking and no one explodes. I didn't finish it, but we tried. It gets really difficult near the end. So keep talking and nobody explodes. We played almost 8 hours. So I'll say didn't finish it, but it was fun. I mostly played it with Flute Girl. There was one night I played it with Erolozan. Erolozan panics easily. After one night of deaths and explosions, he was like, I don't want to do this anymore. I'm like, okay, you can refund it if you contact Steam before you open it again. It's only been 2 hours. He's like, okay, I'm sorry. Like, he did not handle it well, and that's totally fine. People have games they don't like. I was trying not to laugh because I thought he was taking it way too personally, but me and Flute, we were a machine. We managed to get a lot further into the game. So I would say I'd probably put it right there. Near Death Must Die.
Boxoe1 gifted a tier 1 sub to Nomelet Fromage. This is their first gift sub in the channel.
Thank you, Box. So yeah, we got to the point where it seemed like we needed to basically know all the answers before it even said them, before we kind of put it down, but we cleared a lot of it. It was also kind of funny while you're playing it, it'll tell you who on your Steam friends list did you beat their time. So it'd be like, oh, yeah, you just beat Cezanne for best score on this one, or you beat Mr. Happy Claim on this one, stuff like that. So that was kind of cool because we just let us throw shade at at other people in the chat. That was neat. Loop Hero, indie game. It's tough to explain without showing it, but it is an indie game where you're going around a loop and making changes to the world as you move around, and you're putting down tiles on it, like mountain here, river there, etc., etc., etc. And you're getting stronger as you go around the loop. But the whole thing is, it's like the plot is you're like at the end of time. The stars have gone out, humanity has ceased to exist, but for some reason, you're still there, and you're still walking, and you don't know why. But everywhere you pass returns to existence. So you're basically rebuilding reality while you play this, even though you're a hero stuck in a loop. And the story's pretty good. The story was pretty good. I enjoyed it. We played it until we finished the story and we just got to endless mode. I would say low A tier. I loved it. It like below a lot of these others, but I loved it, and I gave it. I made a positive review video of it and showed it off to other people because I wanted to, be like, hey, look at this. This is really nice. So that was Loop Hero. That was good. Franbo was a game we played for Halloween. It was an older game, but it's spooky, and it's about a girl that should be in a mental hospital. And that's where it gets weird, because you don't know how much of the game is in her head and how much is real. Like, is that guy we're running from trying to kill us, or is he just a doctor that's concerned because we're trying to break out of the asylum? Stuff like that. Now, some of it's obvious, like she sees magical creatures and stuff like that, but it's like Alice in Wonderland, but you don't know if Alice should be in the hospital. And it has one of those you interpret it endings, and I hate that. Some people love it. I hate it. But it has one of those endings where you don't even know if she's about to, like, if she's alive or not. You're not even sure what's going on because it's so abstract. And it's like, oh, well, you decide. And so, like, you Google it, and everybody's arguing for years on what happened. So I would say it was a very unique experience, but I can't quite say I had a good time. I can't quite say it was a blast. Give me a second. All right. Next up, No Rest for the Wicked. Early access. No Rest for the Wicked is a game that is a kind of like an action RPG. Like, you're in terms of camera angle, you're looking down at your guy or your gal, while you're like from Diablo, Path of Exile, stuff like that. You're looking at it like that, but the combat is very serious. Okay, the combat is like, even though that's a level 1 mob, you didn't dodge and you lost half your health. Okay, like it's almost like Souls-like combat. It's very serious. It is a very challenging game. I cleared what there was. I had fun, but oh boy, it was you needed to stay locked in. So it was like Souls-like difficulty in an ARPG camera angle. And you've got blocking and dodging, I think, and stuff like that. But I cleared what was there. If they release more, I will play more. If I had to rate it based on what I saw, I would say it was fun. I would put it in B tier if it was a finished game. Hiccup, excuse me. Halls of Greed. This is a PvP co-op game that, again, I did a sponsored stream with a few other people because they wanted to, have us show it off as a group. And it's, what is that? There's another game, it's got the word dark in the title, maybe someone will remember it, where you go into like a dungeon as a group and you're trying to beat the dungeon and get loot, but also beat the other players and then get out with the stuff alive. Dark and Darker, thank you. It's like that, but with a top-down camera angle. So this Halls of Greed is kind of like Dark and Darker. But so like if you, let's say I go in there and my team dies, but I get out alive, I might have better gear than them on our next run because I got out alive on the previous one. And it was pretty enjoyable. And again, there are different classes, so you can like specialize in different things. But I enjoyed it. I'm pretty sure early access. I want to double check on that. Hang on a second. Let me go to Steam here. Go to store and Halls of Greed. And oh, it's not even out. Well, I guess I just played a very early version of it. I didn't even realize that. Well, I'm glad you guys can't play it. Well, apparently it's not even available yet. But yeah, this is what it looks like. So it almost looks like League of Legends with the top-down camera angle, and then you choose what to try to take out of there, and then there's only certain exit points and stuff like that. But yeah, it was fun, and but it is under EA. If it wasn't EA, I would put it in the fun category. Yeah, early access, exactly. Kinetopet. My son asked me to play this. My son saw Matt Pat talk about this. And you know that Matt Pat chat, he's an influencer. He's influencing my boy. That's okay, he's a good guy. Kanito Pet was a... All right, you guys remember Clippy from Microsoft Word? Imagine if Clippy was starting to do some really spooky shit whenever you turned around. That's Kanito Pet. It's kind of like you install a little desktop companion and it starts getting dark. Okay? Well, the haunting of your desktop. So I'm gonna say I finished it. It was a very unique experience. I can't say it was like, you know, fun or it was not fun. Like I didn't hate it either, but it was definitely a very unique experience that I've never had anything quite like that in other games. Like Doki Doki. Not as dark as Doki Doki. But it's like, okay, imagine he'll be like, you know, oh, welcome, I've made a mini game for you because you seemed so bored. Let's move this work to later. And he like just moves your work and you can't work. And he'll be like, here's a, you know, here's my friend's house. It's a mess. Can you help us clean it up? And there's like just a bunch of objects and you're like, okay, desk here, rug here, clock here. And then there's like a body in the corner. And you click on it and it just vanishes. Okay, and you lamp here, clock on the wall, and you're just like, what? So it's like, it's just really weird stuff is happening on your desktop, and it keeps getting darker and darker and darker as the story progresses. And, you know, it's like he's convinced that you're overworked, and, you know, he needs to fix that. And he thinks the way to do that is to, like, you know, keep you there. So it was weird, but it's a very inexpensive indie game if any of you want a weird kind of spooky adventure. Spider-Man Remastered. You may see by the games I play, I don't do much in the way of superhero games. But for a very long time, Banana Boro in chat kept going, you need to play Spider-Man, you need to play Spider-Man, you need to play Spider-Man. And finally he bought it for me, so I really didn't have any excuses. So after some other game I finished, I was like, all right, I'll try Spider-Man. Damn it, I had fun. The web slinging in that game was really, really good. Also, similar to Ghost of Tsushima, really fast load times. Like stunningly fast load times. And by default, they're off. But chat told me, Mug, there's some really funny cutscenes if you turn on cinematic loading or something like that. So we actually turned on a setting that made the load times worse to see a bunch of goofy interactions with like Spidey on the subway and stuff like that, because he would like ride the subway when you would fast travel. And so we actively made our load times worse for more content, which feels weird to say it, but it's true. But the game was very fun. There's actually, to my shock, there's different ways of doing it. Like Spidey, like Peter makes a whole bunch of different gadgets and stuff he can use. My favorite way of defeating an enemy is if you could like CC them, they were out of the fight. So, you know, you could punch them until they were unconscious and, you know, needed plastic surgery, or you could just web them up completely and stick them to a wall. So I got to the point at the end of the game, I was like writing my name on the wall. I was like sticking goons to the wall in the shape of letters. Just, you know, just like they're all CC. They couldn't get down. They were out. They were gone. So it was very fun. I'm not gonna say like, oh, I loved it, but I'm gonna say very, very high B tier for sure. Above Assassin's Creed, certainly. Halls of Torment. I'm not sure if that's early access. Let's see, Torment. Halls of Torment. Are you early access, Halls of Torment? No, it's fully out. Okay, then we can grade it for what it is. Halls of Torment, I'm gonna say also high B tier. Very enjoyable game. Halls of Torment, I would say, is a mixture of a survivor game like Vampire Survivors and Diablo 1 in terms of graphics and the inventory. So like if you go into the dungeon and you manage to, there's like a well with a bucket, and if you can dig a good loot in the bucket and send it up, you can use it on your future runs. So you get these items and they would, you know, change your build, and you'd have different classes and stuff like that. And it was a very unique twist on the survival thing where it is its own thing. It's not just a clone of the others. And I really enjoyed it. Again, probably a very cheap game because it's a very simple formula. Indigo Park. I'm not even going to look it up. I'm pretty sure it's early access. Indigo Park, very enjoyable. I would put it in, finished it in fun tier. It's kind of like a lot of these horror games lately, like Poppy Playtime and stuff like that, are releasing in chapters. and each one will be like $5 or $10, and each one's like a night of gameplay, and then you got to buy the next one when the next one's out. Indigo Park Chapter 1, I think that one might have been free. Hang on a second. Indigo Park. Yeah, it's free. So Chapter 1 is free if any of you want to play it. And it looks like it took me 1.3 hours to beat it. But again, my kids saw MatPat, I think, talking about it. And it's like a spooky park called Indigo Park that is all run down, but there's this one AI there that you can still communicate with, which is this raccoon, and he talks to you through the monitors, and he's like, hey, if you help me get the park running again, we can make it a great place to be, and you end up going down this rabbit hole of like, well, why is the park closed in the first place? And there's like monsters and stuff, but it left me wanting more. I don't even like horror games, and the story was good, and the character was very likable. So I wanted more. So I would absolutely put this in high B tier if it was a done game, but it is not done. It is just like a free demo kind of thing is out. Yeah, Chapter 1. All right. Kingdoms of Amalur: Re-Reckoning. I have not finished it. I'm in the middle of playing it. I'm having fun. This is an old game. It is the game that almost bankrupted the state of Rhode Island. That is the weirdest thing to say, but it is apparently true. But Kingdoms of Amalur apparently got a massive loan and couldn't pay it back from the state of Rhode Island and cost them millions and millions and millions of dollars. And if you Google Kingdoms of Amalur and Rhode Island, you'll find the story, and it is bonkers. The gameplay is an old RPG, very open world, tons of freedom. It's almost like playing an early version of an Elder Scrolls game. Lots of different combat styles. You've got 3 talent trees, one for strength, one for finesse, and one for magic. And you can put the points in them however you wish. So you can go all the way into one tree or mix and match or whatever, and then you'll find gear that requires a certain amount of points in any of those trees to equip. So you can do a hybrid magic and strength build or a hybrid finesse and strength build, whatever. And a lot of freedom. Customization's good. The combat feels good as well. There's one weapon in that game that a lot of people love, which is the chakrams. Like those little bladed circles. Xena Warrior Princess had one, but you control them with your magic. So you throw them, and then you make them just like blender around enemies and stuff. And that's just like one of your normal attacks. That doesn't even cost mana. So it is a really fun game. I'm still in the middle of my playthrough of it. But right now, if I were done with it right now, I'd put it low A, high B. Is Re-Reckoning better than original? My understanding is the Re-Reckoning just has like a lot of bug fixes and remaster and stuff like that. So it's basically like a re-release, but it's a lot more polished. But I could not tell you exactly what they changed. I'm going to take a drink. Just a second. Okay. Pacific Drive. I did a sponsored stream for them. Liked the game enough that I then finished the entire game. And then I made a positive review video on YouTube about the game. I'm going to say it's an A tier. It's a game about, how can I explain this? Imagine you're trapped in an area of the wilderness that you're not supposed to be in. So there's a giant wall around it, but you went in there because you're an idiot. And it's kind of like the X-Files in there. Spooky crap is happening, and the government wants people to stay out because they don't even understand it. And you went in there because you're stupid. And you have got a car that you get in there that is, I forget the terminology they use in the game, but Alan Wake would call it an object of power. And when you're about to be like destroyed or something, you kind of snap back to this garage that you were at, but you can take stuff that you find to upgrade and fix the car. So you're constantly doing like, you come back, you're like, all right, recharge the battery, put more gas back in, tear the hood off the car. I found a new hood while I was out there, put this giant funnel on the top to collect rainwater while I'm going around and stuff like that. And, it's like a car maintenance game with amazing music in between drive for your life, moments. And so it'd be like, you'll be like running for your life, and some ET looking mother mucker will come out and like grab your rear bumper, and you're just like, gonna have to fix that when I get back. And you're just like, you pedal to the floor. It was a very fun game. And I played it all the way through because I had a blast. It was very, very good. There goes the tire. Yeah, there goes the tire. But yeah, sometimes you'd find like some abandoned military vehicle and you're like, oh, new tires. You steal the tires from the military vehicle. Okay, so that was a great one. Homeworld 3. Low B tier. I sponsored stream, did a 2-hour sponsored stream for them. Liked it enough that I cleared the whole game and did a review video on it. And I enjoyed it. It is an RTS. It is also 3D. When I say 3D, I mean 3-dimensional movement. There's a Z-axis, which sometimes be very tricky because you're like, all right, I want you to go there. And it's like, okay, are you pointing there or are you pointing there? You know, like move here, move here, move here, move here. That's all easy. How do I tell the unit to move to this point in space versus that point in space? And it took some getting used to figure out how to order movements to go exactly to the point in space I wanted. Once I figured that was quite fun. But it did have a very simple gameplay loop. However, it is the kind of game that when I look at it, I think they've got a really good foundation here. And if they added on to this, this could be amazing, in my opinion. I never played the previous Homeworld games, but I had a lot of fun clearing Homeworld 3. Senua's Saga 2. We played this on GeForce Now. Senua's Saga is a game about... What is the condition she has? Do you remember? Senua's Saga... It's a mental thing. What is it? Psychosis. Senua has psychosis. So again, we've got a game about a woman who the issues you're facing, you don't know if they're really there or not. You know, like some of the stuff she sees might just be in her head or it might not. But at the same time, she's kind of like a Viking warrior woman, and she's going through and she's just seeing this crazy shit happen, and she doesn't know if it's really there, but she's fighting for her life. And sometimes it's real, sometimes it's not. But she's going through this stuff, and it was one hell of a wild ride. So I'm gonna say it was a fun playthrough. Not one I wish to redo, not one I wish to replicate, but if they came out with like a Senua Saga 3, I'm gonna play it. It was good enough. I definitely want to do like another like a playthrough of the next game as well. Heretic's Fork. Didn't finish it for negative reasons. I want to be very clear here. I had fun playing the game. Similar to Brotato, whoever runs the music for that game hit me with like 7 copyright claims the next morning. So I was like, okay, I'm not going to keep playing this because it's hurting me as a streamer. The gameplay was fun. Simple little indie game. It's kind of like a card game and a tower defense game at the same time. I enjoyed it, but stopped streaming it for that reason. Hatoful Boyfriend. God dang it. On Valentine's Day, I told chat to pick a dating sim game and I would play it for them, and they picked this stupid game where you date pigeons. And I was going around and I unintentionally got the shortest possible ending, I think, where I basically leave school and run off into the night to because I'm in love with the psychopath pigeon. I don't have any regrets on that because it got me out of there faster. But that was I finished it. That was a trip. Hades 2, early access. Loved it. I would put it in the loved it tier, an A tier. Maybe S, but high A tier at least. But it's in early access. It's not done yet. I cleared what is available, but is very good. The vitriol you said pigeons. Yeah, man. All right, Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. I'm in the middle of playing it right now. I think we've only got a few hours remaining. I'm probably going to finish it tomorrow night. I'm not done with it yet, so I'm going to put it in. I haven't finished it, but it's fun. Indiana Jones and the Great Circle is... If you liked the old... Like, it is like jumping straight back into 90s movies. So if you've got any nostalgia for old Indiana Jones movies, this hits it really well. To the point where my understanding is the company that made it have seen that it's so well received, they're completely open to making more. Like, it's doing well as a game in terms of sales. I did it as a sponsored stream and had so much fun, I'm choosing to finish it. I saw the Indiana Jones movies when I was really little. I barely remember. Like, I remember the popular scenes, like him running from the boulder and him swapping the item with the weight, and like, you know, the guy brandishing his sword and he just shoots him with a gun, you know, stuff like that. there's so many parts about this that I forgot that I knew. And then like they'll just show a transition, and like the transitions, I'm like, oh my god, this was the same way they did the transitions in the movies, and I'm like blown away. Like I didn't even remember that until they showed it. So it very much scratches the same, like it was faithful. That's the word. It's faithful to the original content. If you liked the original Indiana Jones movies, you would probably like this game. The combat's very simple. Indy's not like, you know, friggin' an Avenger, okay? He has a small stamina bar. He does have some cheesy stuff you could do. Like if he has the bull whip, if he uses his whip and hits someone in the ankle, they're like, oh my god. And then you just punch him in the face a whole bunch till they go down. And then usually he's like, you're like, usually after I win a fight, I'm panting over them. Because Indy, although he is in shape, he's not like a super strong guy. And I think that it's pretty solid that they did that. He still has the terrible luck he has in the films, you know, things going wrong and stuff like that. And he does those stupid one-liners, you know, and he knocks out an enemy, he'll say like stupid quips and stuff like that. It's been a fun experience. Looking forward to finishing it. We're almost done with it. But yeah, it's more about the story than the gameplay, but the gameplay is all right. It has some nice puzzles. It does have some nice puzzles. Horizon. Okay, I know that it is very popular to hate on Horizon. I don't really care about whether it's popular or not. I'm going to be honest, I loved this one. I'm going to put it in low A tier. I really enjoyed the Horizon series. Like, not so much that I want to do multiple playthroughs, that's why it's not in the S tier, but I really enjoyed Horizon Zero Dawn and Horizon Forbidden West. I liked them both. I did have a few bugs while playing Forbidden West. It wasn't a bug-free experience. Like, I had to turn down a few things on my system, but I liked them both. And I did a lot of the side quests, and I thought the story was really nice. I know some people disagree with that, and that's fine. I enjoyed the story. There was a few moments I was like, oh my god, that's so cool. Why the hate? Any actual reasons? There's a few that are super shallow. Like, they made her like slightly pudgier in the second game, and you know, there's a lot of hate. Like, why would you just make her a little bit more like fatter? That has been on media. A lot of people hating on the story, which I guess we'll disagree because I liked the story, but overall I enjoyed the game. You know, you've got like the monster, the giant robot dinosaurs, and you can hit different parts. Like, you could shoot them in the tail until their tail tears off, and then you could use the cannon on the tail to hit them. So it's kind of like Monster Hunter, but you could weaponize the parts you blast off of them, stuff like that. But yeah, I enjoyed it. The Rift Breaker. A lot of people know me as a large Guild Wars 2 streamer. I'm actually also the largest Rift Breaker streamer. S tier. I'm actually going to put this here. Love this game. I have a video called Why Play the Rift Breaker, explaining the appeal, and I show it off anytime someone asks me what I'm playing when we do Mutiny Monday. Mutiny Monday is a thing we started where every Monday I play usually the Rift Breaker, but a game where there is Twitch integration. And people in chat, like every 5 minutes, they'll get a vote. Like, type A if you want to drop a tornado on Muck. Type B if you want to take half his money. Type C if you want to break his legs. And Flute's always like, break his legs! You know, and so it keeps the audience entertained because they get to be involved. And also, I've gotten to be a decent player at it, and I'm fighting for my life and playing this game. We've done multiple playthroughs of it. There is like over 400 episodes of Mukluk versus Chat on Mukluk Plays. Love the game. It's a great freaking game. There is no game. This, it's hard to explain. It is hard to explain. I'm going to say it was fun. So you boot it up, and there's like an AI voice that's like, welcome to the game. You try to play the game, and it's like, oh, there is no game. I'm sorry. You got robbed. But listen, we really need the money, so please don't refund it on Steam. Please just close the game, and you know, in your heart of hearts, please just, you know, don't refund it. But then you can start like poking things. So like, there's a sign that says there's no game, and you can like, you know, look behind the sign, and it'll be like, what are you doing? And you can start messing around, and you just keep going deeper and deeper into this rabbit hole of what's going on and why there's no game. And it's a very fun tale, incredible music, and it was a very enjoyable evening. But there was no game. It's really hard to explain without spoiling it. but I very much enjoyed the experience. So I'm gonna put that there. It kind of sounds like Stanley Parable. There's some overlap, yeah. So if any of you, if it's usually probably a few bucks. If any of you are interested, I recommend it. It was fun. Faster Than Light. I'm gonna say I didn't finish it, but it was fun. I did a patron. Basically, did the thing where they hijacked the stream for an evening, and I played it for like one evening. I had a few good rounds and a few terrible rounds, but I only played it one night. It was an interesting game. There was some parts about it I liked and some I didn't. Like, I found this one race. I was like, oh man, I love playing these guys. These are awesome. And then like I died, and then I lost the part that I loved. I'm like, oh, it's like a roguelike. I got to start over now. Dang. And then I could never get that one thing that I loved again. So I was like, oh, dang it. But it was all right. I definitely didn't like hate it. I just didn't love it as much as any of the other things I was playing. Manor Lords. Manor Lords got a lot of spotlights on it because it's like a single developer has made this one incredible game. It's an early access, so I need to put it here. And I finished what they have available, and it was fun for what it was. You're running a little colony, like a little medieval colony, and occasionally there's bandits and stuff like that, and you can hire knights to defend them, or you can like round up the townspeople and do like a little like emergency force, things like that. Combat is not the main aspect of the game. The main thing is absolutely like building the town or towns, and the combat is just something that happens from time to time. So it's important to have good expectations if you are trying to get into that. It's an insane passion project. Yeah, again, because it was made by one dude. Here, hang on a second. Let me hop over to Steam so we don't make Noxxi do this one. Manor Lords. Okay, here we go. Store page. So Manor Lords, like all of this, and you can go down into first person and be like one dude walking around the town. But all of this was made by one guy. It's just like his passion project, as someone said, over the years. But like, so you play it from above, and like, let's say you start 3 projects, but your town only has 1 ox, and they all require the ox. They're gonna have to wait their turn. But you do all of this. Someone says 2 guys. It might have been. I could be mistaken. I thought it was 1 guy. But there's different seasons that affect your crops and stuff like that, and people setting fire to your area. But yeah, really solid little game. People on Steam loving it right now. Currently on sale for $28, down from $40. But it has been enjoyable. What it was. But put that in early access. Return of the Oberdin. A murder mystery. You have a boat. You have this weird magical monkey paw thing. You go on the boat, and if you touch a remnant of someone who died, let's say like a bone or something, you see the moment they died. And in that moment, you can see everything that was going on around them in that frozen image in time. So you could be like, okay, in this moment, the guy with the eye patch was over there. The guy with the hat pulled the trigger. The captain died. There's some guy up in the rigging. And so you've got basically a boat and no one's on it. And you got to figure out what happened to everyone there. And did anyone commit crimes? Like, the first mate killed the captain in a mutiny, stuff like that. This guy fell overboard and was never seen again. Stuff like that. But is basically this boat went through hell. And we're talking like mythological stuff, like monsters and things like that. And you have this weird magical artifact that lets you kind of bounce between frozen flashes of time to figure out what happened. And I gotta tell you, it was extremely satisfying when you solve how the final guy died. Because basically you're trying to find the cause of death for the entire crew. And I'm gonna say very high B tier, above Assassin's Creed. It's one of those things you probably only play once because then you know all the answers. But it was a very unique, unforgettable experience. Very good. And someone said the art style gives headaches. I can see that. Yeah, the art style they did. I'll show it just for a few seconds. Well, it looks like that. You see that banner? The art style in the game looks like that when you're looking around, that weird black and white. And see, here's a frozen image in time of someone dying, and you can move around the ship and see what was going on all around the ship while time was frozen. And what you need to do is basically fill out these cause of death things for the whole crew to solve the game. And the story is quite good. So I want to put that there. No Man's Sky. I didn't finish it. Okay. I played like 2 or 3 hours. I got gifted it, and people asked me to try it. I tried it, and I'll be honest, I was bored out of my mind. Not in the kind of way that I'm going to leave a negative review or anything like that. I know people love this game. I just couldn't get into it. No Man's Sky, I played like 2 or 3 hours, and I was so bored. And to me, that just says that I'm not the target audience. I'm not saying that they need to change anything about it, but I was just so incredibly bored during the hours I played it, and I put it down. That's it. That's all I got for that. Silent Hill 2. A lot of people told me this was super scary. I disagree. Probably a product of its time. You know, Pyramid Head, all that stuff. Maybe back when Silent Hill 2 first came out, it was really spooky. But I played the remaster, and it was like, dude, I'm weak to horror, and this is nothing. I mean, it was all right for what it was, but I mean, any game where when the monster scares you, you can kill it is not that scary. The monster would be like, bleh, and I'm like, oh my god. And I was literally holding like a 2x4 half the game and just killing the things that would scare me. So it was not bad. It was not bad. Mechabellum. Early access, I believe. I did a 2-hour sponsored stream for them. Really, really enjoyed the game. It is basically a game where you put each unit has its own AI, and you put them down on the field, and then you don't see what the opponent's doing, and then you say go. And then both of you are hands off, and your units clash, and they do whatever pre-programmed things that you said for them to do. And then you would you take that information, like, okay, last turn he had these units here, and you make changes to your side, and then let go again. And it was really solid. It kind of felt like I was playing with StarCraft Terran units, but more. There was a lot more. So that was a very fun game, but it's EA, so I'm just going to leave it in the EA section. Are the games left to right your enjoyment? Yeah, further to the left is more enjoyment. Further to the right was less, but in that tier. God of War Ragnarok. I think I gotta say loved it. I think I gotta do something like this. God of War Ragnarok, Dad of Boy, was an incredible story and really good gameplay too. The story was so good. Like, dude, this is part of the reason, like, I played Janthir Wilds, and then I was playing Spider-Man and God of War Ragnarok, and I'm like, dude, it doesn't hold a candle to these. Like, God of War Ragnarok, the story was just so freaking good. What's below early access? Shame. It was an emergency tier. These games, to me, were so poor that I think they were made by people that did not play the previous games in the series. And they have made me possibly lose interest in franchises that I was playing for 20 years. Okay, next up, Poppy Playtime. The Poppy Playtime horror games are pretty good. Most of them are quite short. It's like this one's an hour, and then the next one is like 2 hours. The next one's 2 hours. Like there's like chapters. And I think chapter 3 or chapter 4 came out this year. So I'll say finished it, and it was fun. It was a cool little story. Very, very short. But it kind of scratches the same itch as Indigo Park, but of course, Indigo Park is just got like one free chapter, and this is like the 4th one. But yeah, only complain about Dad of Team. Oh yeah. In God of War Ragnarok, the kid has a really bad habit of shouting the answers to puzzles before giving you time to do the puzzle yourself. That was unfortunate. Veil of the Witch. I did 2 sponsored streams for them. Very solid game. It's not done yet. It's a turn-based game where you move enemies around in a fight. And you're like, okay, I'm going to use my movement to move forward, and I'm going to hit that guy. Kind of like, okay, in terms of combat only, kind of like Baldur's Gate 3 or Divinity Original Sin 2. But it's in between fights. It's kind of like what is that genre? Like Inscription. Where you've got like, you're going on a path. It'd be like, do we go left or right? And you choose right, and then you're in a combat. And then you make another choice, and so on and so on and so on. So it's kind of like a roguelike. And they've got a really cool lore story reason for why you keep coming back to life when you die. But it is not done yet, so we need to put that into early access. Pyre. I played Pyre because it was made by the same company that made Bastion and Hades. And I'd say low B tier. Honestly, the story was the coolest part about the game. The actual gameplay with the pyres, I didn't love. But the story kept me there all the way to the end. And it was one of those where choices matter, and based on what you do, very different people make it out to the end. Slime Rancher. Once again, I was bullied in chat by someone screaming Slime Rancher every single day until finally I did it just to shut them up because I got it for free on Epic. I played Slime Rancher. It was a cute little game. It was kind of fun. I played it to the end. Very simple thing. My kid loves it. My kid has played Slime Rancher 1 and 2. S tier, not S tier. I'm going to say it was fun. I'm going to say low B tier. It was fun. I never really got passionate about it because after a while it becomes just like chore simulator. But it was fun while I was there. Papers, Please. I finished it. I don't mean that in a bad way. I didn't hate it. I didn't love it either. But Papers, Please is literally you're in a booth and people come up and they're like, I want to enter Ostionka. I want to enter your town, whatever the made up country's name was. I don't remember. They want to enter your city and you've got to check their stuff. Like, some of it's easy, like their age, their gender, their height. Does this picture match them? And if you let them in and anything was wrong, you get punished. But you also get paid based on how many people you let in. And then each night you decide, like, do I have enough money to turn on the heat for my family or to feed my family? Or, did Timmy get sick? Does he need medicine? Stuff like that. It's a goofy little game, and you just play like the border guard, and you do paperwork the whole game. But it's a very short game. We played it one evening, and the memes were strong, so we got through it. But it was something. V Rising. I'm gonna say, compared to these, low S tier. V Rising, I think I have done like 4 playthroughs of. Hang on. V Rising, 264 hours. Yeah, we did multiple playthroughs in early access, and when it fully came out, I did another playthrough. Then I did a playthrough on Brutal. I actually have a video on my YouTube channel called like what 7 hours of V Rising looks like, where it's a montage that Noxxi made for me of me slamming my face into Brutal Dracula fight over and over for 7 hours until I got it. Very, very challenging. And then I played the whole game again on normal with my son, and we got halfway through Brutal together. So I've done many playthroughs of this. Very, very solid game. Did it Papers, Please get you copyright claims on the music as well? I think it might have, yeah. But it was such a short game, it just happened once, so it was kind of like whatever. Rogue Legacy 2. Didn't finish it, but it was fun. It's a roguelike, so, you die, you have to start completely over. There are some things that carry over between runs, like little upgrades that you get. And it's a very interesting premise, because the whole idea is every time you go in, you're the kid of the last one who went in. Like, it's the family tradition to run off and leave your kids and die in the dungeon. So you go in there and you're like, oh yeah, my great-great-great-great-great-great-grandparent was the first guy that died in the dungeon, and now I'm here with a frying pan. Yeah, Chef was actually one of the classes. But Rogue Legacy 2 was a fun game. I never fully cleared it, but I did a lot. Nobody Saves the World. I'm going to say finished it, and it was fun, but it was less than these. Nobody Saves the World is about a guy who gets his hands on a magic wand that he probably shouldn't be allowed to have, and he's a nobody. That's why he is nobody, and he saves the world. And the wand lets you shapeshift into things. And then you can start mixing it up. Like, you can shapeshift into an archer, you can shapeshift into a horse, and then you can combine them and shapeshift into a horse that spits arrows. So you can make some really weird powers in the game, and there's all kind of weird shapeshifts that do different things. And yeah, and you don't wear pants. That's right. Nobody doesn't wear pants. So it was a fun game, and a very interesting little thing. And that was actually the most recent review that I've done. Have you ever played a game called This War of Mine? No, I have not. Mechabellum isn't in EA. Is Mechabellum not in EA? I'll take your word for it. Okay, if I'm going to say that, then I'll say didn't finish it, but it was fun. All right. Pathfinder Kingmaker. Finished it, loved it. But I'm going to put it in the lower end of loved it. because it became kind of a slog at the end. Like, the end game was definitely the weakest part of it. Not the final fight, but the end game of Pathfinder was definitely, like, a slog. Raid Shadow Legend? Yeah, I still have Raid installed from a thing I did for them a long time ago. So I did enjoy it. I've played Pathfinder Kingmaker. I played Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous. I've played Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader. All were from the same company, Owlcat, and I've loved all of them. And this one was great, and we finished a playthrough of that earlier this year. Magicraft. I don't know if it's still in EA. It was in EA when I last played it, because I know that more content has come out for that since I last played it. It is another roguelike where you like make your own magic and try to get through it, and if you die, you have to start all over. I got to the final boss in EA and died on it, and I was like, okay, that's the farthest I've gotten on any of my runs. I'm just going to stop there until they add more. But I played it in EA. Path of Exile. I played the, what is it, Settlers of Calgar season that came out. And it was pretty cool. I was already a huge fan of Path of Exile, so I'm definitely going to put that in S tier. I've already played a few thousand hours of it. So really enjoy that game, and that was just me playing like the newest season. Path of Exile 2, Early Access. Really enjoyed it. I have a separate video on my channel for PoE 2 if you want to know my in-depth thoughts on that game. It is very good. It has some problems. It is an early access. It is not a bug-free experience. It is not balanced and stuff like that. But what I have seen is really fun. And I played like 60 hours of it. And if you like PoE, I think you'll probably like PoE 2. And it adds a lot more systems that once they build upon those systems, I think, in my opinion, it's going to be just a straight upgrade. My throat is turning raw right now. Okay. What was this one? Was this Wants to Die? What was the full name of this one? Hold on. Nobody Wants to Die. This is about a future where rich people can basically just have their consciousness moved into a new body. And like, dude, it's crazy. Imagine someone who's poor, but they're hot. And they can basically rent their body to someone else. So you move the poor person into this old body, and the old person gets to pay them and take the new body for a spin for like a year. And then they come back and switch back, and the young person that was in the old body gets paid a lot for doing it. Like, that's the kind of thing that's happening in this game. You're a detective, who's this guy sitting up here, and you're trying to solve this mystery. Now, the reason it's called Nobody Wants to Die is usually if someone dies, as long as this stuff in their head is intact, it can be moved to a new body and just bring them right back up. You know, it's like you just move their consciousness to the new body and you can get them back up. However, someone is actively killing people and damaging that thing so they can't be brought back. And it's scaring people because no one's truly died in a long time. And it was a short game. We beat it in 6 hours. It was an enjoyable ride, but it was over very quick. So I'm gonna say I finished it. It was fun. It was just a really short game. Marvel's Midnight Suns. Definitely high B tier. Maybe like right there. Marvel's Midnight Suns was a game where it's turn-based, but it was kind of like playing XCOM on the missions, but with superheroes. You know, like you could knock an enemy into another enemy and do damage to both of them, or you could fight them with the terrain. You can like either pick up things from the terrain and throw it at the enemy, or throw the enemy at the terrain, things like that. But it was with superheroes, so you could have like Wolverine or Iron Man or Ghost Rider or Blade on your team, and also it was a card game at the same time. So it was a mixture of a lot of things. They did it pretty well. There was some parts of the game I didn't love, like in between the fights when you were running around and like solving a little mystery and doing friendship games. Like literally, your combat effectiveness with Wolverine would be stronger if you went to book club with him. I'm not making that up. So some of the between combat situations were like, what? But some of them were kind of cool. It was a very big disparity sometimes. But overall, I enjoyed the game, and I made a positive video about it. Timberborn. Is this an early access still? Hang on. We gotta see. We gotta see. Timber. 58 hours. Still EA. Okay, chat. If this one was not EA, I would put it right here. This game was really enjoyable. Timberborn is a game about beavers. It is a game about beavers. And you control a city, kind of like playing Sim City, but with these little beavers. And the main problem is water doesn't keep flowing. And you need water to survive. So you make a dam to keep all the water from leaving. But of course, eventually, the dammed water runs out too. So basically, you trying to survive and thrive and also make sure that you have enough water, stored to survive droughts. And let's see, let me fast forward a bit here, see if it will show it. Yeah, they're right there, deadly droughts. So like the plants die. You can also make beaver robots, which take out high maintenance, but they can work without needing food and stuff like that. So these are very, very intrepid little beavers. But this was really, really fun. This is a very enjoyable game. I played it on stream, and then I played it for tens of hours more off stream. But it's an early access, but I'm going to say that that's like an S tier game. Transistor. Again, made by the same people as like Bastion and stuff like that, which is the reason I played it, just like Pyre. I would say I liked it more than Pyre. Where did I put Pyre? Did I put Pyre somewhere? I don't see it. Where did I put this freaking thing? I am blind. Low B. Oh, there it is. It's right there. Okay. So I would say this is a little better than that one. I would say it was a little better than that one. Again, I loved Bastion. I loved Hades, so I tried playing their earlier games. Transistor was all right. Pyre was just loved the story, didn't love the gameplay. Stormgate, early access. Stormgate is, of course, the game that many in the StarCraft community are hailing as it's going to be the new StarCraft. A lot of folks saying that it's made by, some of the people that were on the StarCraft team and that they think it's going to be really good. They have high hopes for it. I played some matches of PvP. Like, I love StarCraft and Warcraft more for the campaigns than for the PvP aspect, but I enjoy watching the PvP aspect. I played a bunch of PvP games with the stuff that they had available at the time, and it was enjoyable. Don't know if it's going to replace StarCraft, but I really enjoyed what I played. But it's an early access. It's not done yet. Soulstone Survivors. Love it. Finished it. Love it. Now, I say finished it, but it's a Survivors game, so you've just played until you get bored. I've seen all the maps. I've cleared all of the stuff. There's like near infinitely scaling difficulty, and they keep adding more and more stuff to it. Really, really enjoy it. It's EA? Okay, well then it would be loved it if not EA. All right, Spellforced. I finished it? No, actually, I didn't. I didn't finish it. So I didn't finish it for negative reasons. This is one of the only games that I made a review video that was negative. This was a weird mess of a game, and it's called Spellforce Conquest of EO. And many folks have left comments under that video saying this looks like the worst version of Spellforce I've ever seen. Need to rank all the early access games on their own tier list. Well, I haven't explained my thoughts on each of them as I did this. But Spellforce Conquest of EO is a weird mess of a game. And I kept restarting it and trying to do the tutorial over and over and over. Like, how many hours did I put into this before I gave up on it? Hang on. Let's show me the facts. 20 hours. 20 hours! I tried to get this freaking thing to work. But I could not get it to run well. So, if you want the full details, watch the review video for Spellforce on my channel. But it just did not have a great experience. Undead Inc. I'm not sure if that was early access. This was a sponsored game. It's not early access. Okay. I will say didn't finish it. God, it was very. I guess I'd put it in negative reasons. And the negative reason is just that I didn't have that much fun. Yeah, I did a sponsored stream for it. It was all right, but you know, I wasn't having a blast. Like I would rather play almost anything else. So I didn't continue playing it. So it was all right, but it just wasn't for me. Stranded Alien Dawn, all the way to the top. Stranded Alien Dawn, fantastic game. I have played through every single possible mode on that game on maximum difficulty. There are many Stranded Alien Dawn playlists on my second YouTube channel. Fantastic game. Love it. It is a colony sim, and you're trying to get people alive. The main game mode is some people are on a spaceship, and they're on an escape pod. It crashes into the planet. You're trying to survive. Survive the wildlife. Survive temperature. Survive need for shelter. First winter is brutal. Survive food and tech your way up to when you can call for help. Like you got to tech up to like a space station, and they keep adding more and more to the game. Like I would say this game has the best early access I have ever seen. Even in the earliest version of the game that I played, it was basically bug free, and then they added more. They added more worlds. They added more game modes. They added the Tame and Train update where you could like now tame animals. They added the military update where they added like mechs and stuff. They kept like every time I was like, this is it. This is the whole game. And they're like, nope, here's more. And they just kept adding more. And freaking love it. Highly recommend. And I'm putting that way up there. Let's see. Still Wakes the Deep. Horror game. I'm going to say I finished it. There was 2 moments in the game where the main character makes a judgment call, which was the stupidest bleeping thing I've ever seen. And I was just like, what? Why are you doing X? Why don't you just do Y here? And then someone would die. And I'm like, but it was a beautiful game. 90% of it was pretty good. There was a few moments that were just like really dumb. Let's see. What is this? Warcana. Warcana was a pretty cool experience. Warcana, I don't remember if that one is early access or not. Let me see. Warcana, let me click on that. No, it is a full version. Warcana is this game where you basically build structures that constantly send attackers at your enemies, or you build towers to defend yourself from your enemy's attackers. And it gets to really high levels of stuff, and it's also like a card thing at the same time. While I was playing it, the developer of the game popped into the chat and was like, hey, thank you for playing my game. It was such a sweet moment. And he gave some keys of the game out to chat. And it was just like, I think at that time, we were the biggest streamer that had ever tried his game. And he was like really appreciative. And he gave us a bunch of game keys and stuff. It was really sweet. The game itself didn't finish it, but I was having fun. I would probably put it right there. I was enjoying it. I just didn't clear the whole game. It does get quite challenging later on, but it was pretty solid, and it's a cheap indie game if any of you are interested in that. The Quarry, another horror game. Trying to be fair because I don't really love horror, but the story, I love a good story. Probably put it above House of Ashes. Probably put it right there. Quarry was pretty good. The storytelling was pretty good. It has like choices matter, like people can die and the story will continue if you screw up. And yeah, it was a solid Halloween horror game. Not as scary as this guy jump scaring me with a bat every 5 minutes, but still, pretty solid. Binding of Isaac. I'm gonna put, okay, I'm gonna get so much hate for this. I'm gonna put this in didn't finish it for negative reasons. However, the negative reason was simply I wasn't having fun. I played it for a few hours. I just wasn't enjoying it, and that's it. I just, it was a roguelike. I've played many roguelike games in here, and this one just didn't do it for me. I just wasn't enjoying Binding of Isaac. Also, I was constantly having to open the wiki to look up what the hell things did, because there was a lot of weird stuff. It's like, do you want to pick the liver or the gangrene pouch? And I'm like, okay, you got to tab out and look up what each of these items do, because I had no idea. I was new to the game. So it was, I just didn't have fun playing that one. Last Spell. I'm tempted to put it up here. Definitely very high A tier. Last Spell, really solid game. It's a turn-based, keep a city alive roguelike. If the city falls, it's gone, and you got to start with a new one. You get random people that heroes to defend your town, and at the end of each wave of enemies, you get like a bit of money from looting them, and you can hire more people, or get better equipment for the people you have, or repair the walls, or build ballistas, automated defenses. Basically, it's like at the end of each round, you get a finite amount of materials. What do you do with them? And the people all have weird quirks. You might have one that's just extra tough, or you might have one that's nearsighted. And rarely you'll get one with one arm. I remember one of the hardest levels I did, I had 3 people, and 2 of them had one arm. So in total, amongst 3 people, I had 4 arms to defend my city. Like, that was one of the toughest rounds I did. That was freaking stupid. But it was a very, very enjoyable game. A lot of replayability. The stuff, other than the bosses, the stuff changes each time. The bosses are very, very tough. So yeah, highly recommend. I've got a very glowing review on that one as well. So highly recommend that one. Warcraft 3. I was feeling nostalgic, chat, and I went back this year and we played Warcraft 3 and Warcraft 3 The Frozen Throne, the campaigns on maximum difficulty, and I loved it. I loved it. Probably put that above Kingmaker. Not much else to say. It's an older game. I just wanted to play it again. I went back. I've been watching a lot of Grubby lately. Grubby's another streamer who does a lot of Warcraft 3 stuff, and I was like, I want to play this again. So we did a playthrough of all of that, and I had a blast. Next up, Stardew Valley. The only negative thing is I wasn't enjoying it. Stardew Valley, I went into it thinking like, okay, we're gonna like build up a farm. I can enjoy building up stuff, right? Like I play City Builders. Stranded is building up a colony, which includes farms. I didn't realize half of Stardew Valley was a freaking dating sim. It's fine. That's just not what I was there for. Right, I tried Stardew Valley, and I gotta say, I remember that stream was huge. There was a lot of people there that were hoping I was gonna love it, and it just wasn't for me. It was very interact with the town and the people and stuff like that. And I found the dungeon, which apparently a lot of people that play Stardew hate the dungeon, and I was just like, oh, this is my favorite part. I just spent all my time in there. But yeah, I just say it wasn't for me for like the long term. Let's see. Zenless Zone Zero. This is an ya game for sure. Lots of anime, lots of curvy people. Zenless Zone Zero, I was sponsored for 2 hours to play this one. And I will say, in terms of cutscenes, it has some of the most gorgeously rendered cutscenes I have seen in games in a while. Like, it's stunning. Like, it's clear where they burned the budget, right? But in terms of actual gameplay, I really wasn't into it. I didn't hate it. I just wasn't into it. I really need a tier. This is didn't finish it because So I'll put it here, but I guess the negative reason is just like I didn't fall in love with the gameplay loop. Like the combat, it's the kind of game where you control one person at a time, but you bring a team. So at any moment you hit a button and just like your first person teleports out and your second person teleports in that exact spot. So you'll be like, blam, 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 change to the sword guy, sword, 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 change to the shotgun chick, blam, blam, blam. And it's just like, in my mind, I'm like, this doesn't make any sense. Why are we all just in the position of one person and teleporting in and out? Like, I realized, like, that's just a genre of game I've never really interacted with before. And I was like, why aren't we all here? Or one of us here? Why are we all just taking turns in this one position? Like, I couldn't get into the gameplay loop. Story was great. Cutscenes were amazing. Couldn't get into the gameplay. All right, let's see. Space Marine 2. I only played it through once, but holy crap, I loved it. Oh my god, that was they did so good, man. They did so good. I was introduced, it feels like just a year or two ago, I was introduced to Warhammer. And I mean, anything Warhammer, right? And since then, I have played quite a few Warhammer games. And this one was amazing. It was fantastic. I loved it. It was very enjoyable. It was so cool getting in there because, like, in Total War Warhammer 3, I've learned a lot about the different gods, like Tzeentch and stuff. And granted, this is fantasy Warhammer. This is the sci-fi 40K Warhammer. But there's a lot of overlap. So, like, we were in there, and I was recognizing units. And I'm like, is that Tzeentch? Like, is that a Chosen of Tzeentch? Like, is that a, the Changer of Fates or whatever he's called? Like, I was recognizing a lot of the monsters before they announced them. And it was really cool. And they did a great job with this one. Warhammer Vermintide 2. Another game that we have played on many Mutiny Mondays. This game is one where chat can mess with it while we play it. Similar to Helldivers. I love the game, and if I had like peak viewership when I played it, I'd probably play it very often. But I felt like my audience got bored of it. Because if you watch me play it on Sunday, it looks the same as when you watch me play it on Thursday. So I kind of phased it out, and I occasionally do it for Mutiny Monday. But I still love the game. But I don't play it as often anymore, just because, like, as a creator, I feel like, you know, people were getting bored of that and wanted to see something else. Let's see. We won't get bored if you play the new Versus mode more, where you play the rat. I admit, like, we tried that during the alpha version of it, and it was a nightmare. We haven't tried it since they supposedly fixed it. Yakuza 0. Yakuza 0 is a very dated game. And I played it on keyboard and mouse, which it does not recommend, but I played it on keyboard and mouse. And they were right. The controls were absolute ass. They were they were awful. The controllers were awful. And however, the story was amazing. The story had me completely hooked. But the controls were so bad that I didn't want to do any side content because I just wanted to tunnel vision the main story. And that's it. And also, Tamanson sent me an eye patch when I was playing it, and also that raunchy looking coat that Majima has, and also a t-shirt. So the next time I play a Yakuza game, I'll need to dress up for it. So I've got a bunch of weird stuff. But yeah, it was the story made it all worth it. But the actual gameplay and the controls were just ugh. So like I did as little side stuff as possible because of that. That's the reason why. 40K Rogue Trader. God. Very, very high A tier. Very high A tier. 40K Rogue Trader, made by Owlcat, same company that did Pathfinder Kingmaker and Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous. I love both of them. I was already sure I was going to love this because I love their previous games and I have loved the Warhammer stuff I've learned, and it nailed it. It absolutely nailed it. And I know a lot of other people have enjoyed it too because of my videos where I do the game reviews. The one for 40K Rogue Trader has some of the highest views of any of them. So it was well received. Very proud of the company and how far they've come, but is a very enjoyable game. It's a turn-based RPG, lot of storytelling, choices matter, reading. By the end, you can basically be a for the Emperor, you know, very devout, or you could be a total psychopath, and they're trying to kill you because they don't trust you, stuff like that. Is a very, very good story-driven Warhammer game. Very good. Don't spit on my ship. That did happen once, yes. All right. I can't see the name. What was this one? Do you guys remember what this one was? It's a something Survivors, and he's wearing like a pineapple or something. I don't know if anyone remembers this one. I might have to... Oh, it's Twilight. Okay, Twilight Survivors. Thank you. Twilight Survivors. It's similar to Vampire Survivors, Soulstone Survivors, like those, but it does have some of its own niche things. It was fun. I played it for a few days before I felt like I was like, okay, I've tried every character and I've tried every map. I'm good. So I'm going to say I finished it, which is kind of half true, but it's a Survivors game. It goes forever. I'm going to say I had fun, but definitely not so much fun that I played it for like tens of hours. Trials of Mana. Oh god, this one. Trials of Mana was a game I think Shugo sponsored me to play for one night. And I was like, you know what? This is kind of silly fun. I'll keep playing it. I'll keep playing it. And the character I played was this girl that was like a hobbit or something. Because like all the other people were like, let's say they're 6 feet tall, and this one girl was like 3 feet tall. I don't know if she was a gnome or what. But she was like the closest thing to a healer the party had. But she also had a flail. So she just ran around beating things with a flail. And because she was so short, she was basically hitting everything in the butt. And it was a silly experience, and of course they're little anime people and stuff like that. The story was pretty meh, you know. The enemy is going to destroy the world. We need to go to the Mana Island and find the Mana Tree and perform the Trial of Mana to summon the Mana Fairy Mana Queen, and then she can restabilize the mana and we can save the Mana world. And it was like, if you took a shot every time they said mana, you'd be dead by the end of the tutorial. So it was a lot. However, I gotta admit, in terms of like combat, I was able to use Guild Wars 2 controls, and the combat was kind of fun. Like, the combat carried the... Like, I've told you of a lot of games here where the story carried the game despite the combat. This was a game where the combat carried the game despite the story. So I'm going to say I finished it, and it was fun. I'm going to put it down here a bit. But, yeah, it was all right. This was Wind something. Hang on, what is that game? I think that's Wind Blown. That's Wind Blown. Wind Blown, we cleared it's an early access. We cleared it. It took like 5 hours. I had a lot of fun. I would be happy to jump back in and play more of it when they add more to the game. Right this second, I would probably put it in mid B tier. I'm having a stroke. B tier being fun tier. I'd put it in the middle of that. What is this? That's Wildermyth. Wildermyth was a game a patron sponsored me to play one night, and we did that. It is a... Picture's 1,000 words. Hold on. Wildermyth is a game where the whole game looks like a storybook. And you make decisions that make changes, and the story moves around, but it looks like this. Almost kind of like looking at Paper Mario versus normal Mario. It was pretty cool. It was pretty interesting, but at the same time, I was playing other things that I was just more interested in. So I will say it was fun, but I didn't finish it. So I'm going to put it in didn't finish it, but was fun. World of Warcraft. I was one of the people that got the privilege of playing in a $10,000 tournament for Plunderstorm. And I was... Gosh, like out of 80 people, I was in like 20th place or something. So I needed to score really high to get that 10 grand. And by the end of round 1, I was in the top 10. But we fell off hard after round 1, unfortunately. They did a scoring system that they regretted, they being Blizzard, where you got more points for staying alive than you did for kills, which meant that everyone just tried to find a corner to hide in. So, like, one of the people that actually won a ton of money that day had 0 kills in any of the rounds we played. Not a single one. They literally hid in a tower the whole time. There was a few funny moments where, like, I used a special item I found to turn into a bush, and then someone came and crouched in the bush that I had transformed into, so they were using me to hide, and they didn't know I was a player. That was one of the funniest moments in the tournament. Someone was using me to hide. They didn't realize I was a person, and I just had to hold very still because they thought I was an actual bush. So there was a few really funny moments. That was how I met Fairlight. Some of you may remember, Fairlight. I've done a few collabs with him since then. He's an awesome guy. I met him because he was my assigned partner in the Plunderstorm tournament. So he was pretty cool, and I've done some Total War stuff with him since then. In terms of Plunderstorm itself, I played WoW for like 10 years, okay? And I enjoyed it. It was crack for me at the time. That was a long time ago. I haven't played it recently. I reinstalled it just for the Plunderstorm tournament. So I'm very fluent with WoW, but for Plunderstorm, I would say, like, I saw everything in Plunderstorm. I'd say it was fun, but I'd put it down here. Yeah, and I'm really just grading it as Plunderstorm. It was just it's a repetitive PvP game mode. It was all right. Peekaboo team got screwed over because of that. Yeah, Peekaboo. Now, honestly, to be fair, everyone else got screwed over because Peekaboo's team was there, right? They had teams with people like Fairlight who had never played an MMO. He did not know how to turn his character. I had to tell him you have to hold down the right mouse button and move your mouse to steer your character. Okay? You had some people in there. Now, he made a huge improvement because we practiced like every day for a week. You had some people in there like, him and Shy Lily that had never played before. And then you had people in there that were like the top PvPers in the country that were fighting in the same tournament. So I don't think their goal was ever to have an even fair battle. I think their goal was just to make it entertaining, to say, hey, here's Plunderstorm, please like it, right? So, but Peekaboo's team was like the one that dominated everyone in terms of kills. They just rolled everybody. But then at the end, they fell down to, I think, second place because another team did get a kill on them, but that team had more hiding in corners than they did kills. So the team that mostly hid did that. So that was that. The last one is Animal Well. I honestly don't feel it's fair for me to put this anywhere. And the reason is I played Animal Well for like 30 minutes, and it was on a day that I was honestly just, I wasn't in a good headspace. And I played it for like 30 minutes. I was like, guys, I'm really not having any fun at all right now. And I was like, I think I need to just take a break. And they were very understanding, and I put it down, and I haven't opened the game again since. I was like, all I know is in the first 30 minutes, I was bored out of my mind, and I didn't continue it. So I'm not going to say, like, my understanding, I believe it's a very well ranked game. Like, I think review wise on Steam, it's doing very well. All I can say is I didn't have fun in the 30 minutes I played it. What game? Animal Well. Animal Well. So that was a day that I think I tried Binding of Isaac that day, decided I didn't like it, then tried Animal Well, and then I was like, guys, I'm still not having any fun. And then I went on to just something that I had played before. It was just a day that I was just I was not a very entertaining individual that day. Deep Rock Survivors is on the list. It's in early access right here. Yeah. And that is the last one. Holy crap. Hold on, I want to double check this. Yeah. Okay, so 111, but we didn't do Animal Well, and there was a couple of dupes I deleted before, so I think it was 110. I think it was 110. I'll count it up again later. But I missed Grim Dawn. We didn't play Grim Dawn this year. We played Last Epoch this year. We didn't play Grim Dawn this year. I'm sorry to hear you played Plunderstorm. I got paid for it. I got paid for it, Caldy. To be fair though, I got paid to play in the sponsored tournament. I didn't have to practice at all, but we practiced for like a year, so they ended up getting like over 20 hours of me, not 2. Happy New Year. It's midnight, chat. It is now 2025, and we are opening it by petting Chip. Hey, Happy New Year to everyone in my time zone. Well, I need to wrap this video up here. So with that is...
Merry Christmas, you filthy animal.
It is not Christmas. It is not Christmas. That is every game that we played in 2024 and where I would rank. Noxxi, cut that one out. That is every game that we played in 2024 and where we would rank them, where I would rank them. And that was awesome. Honestly, we played more than I thought I had, because since I spent 800 hours hooked on Total War, I thought I played less this year. But apparently we did so many like sponsors and trials and stuff like that. We did a lot. But that was awesome. Hope you guys enjoyed the tier list, and I will see y'all in the coming year. There we go. Okay. Oh, Box says it's not 2025 here yet. Are you heading out on us? I am. It's midnight, man. This is when I always wrap up my streams. Okay, let's move it over here. And dude, I've been logged into Wars 2 this whole time. Magicraft might be worth going back to. It's out of EA and they added a bunch more stuff. Yeah, I'd be happy to. That was a fun one. It was a fun one. Happy New Year, Michael Chat. Happy New Year to all of you. Total War faction tier list next. I feel like I'm not qualified. It's crazy that this is the kind of game. Hold on a sec. It's crazy that Total War is the kind of game that you can play 800 hours and still feel unqualified to have an opinion. There is just so much going on in there. And also the factions have different, like you can play Wood Elves, but if you play Orion the Wood Elf versus Drika the Wood Elf faction, they're completely different. So I can only like rank the ones I know. But yeah, I don't know. We'll talk about that later. With that, chat, we are done for the evening. We finished that right on time. Thank you guys for a wonderful evening stream. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Few plugs on the way out. If you happen to be new here, my name is Mukluk. I stream every evening and every weekday morning. I will be back tomorrow morning, continuing our playthrough of Kingdoms of Amalur. And tomorrow night, we are going to finish Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. And then I need to find a new game for us to start, chat. We got to find another one. So I'll be looking at the recommendation list and stuff like that, and seeing what we can find for our evening stream after Indiana tomorrow. So stay tuned for that. As always, please hit the follow button on Twitch, like and subscribe if you're on YouTube. These are links to my 2 YouTube channels if you're not already subscribed to both of those, and a special thank you to our dear patrons. They keep this channel alive with their support, and I could not do what I do without them. You guys have a fabulous evening. Happy New Year. Sleep well. I'll see you tomorrow. Say it backwards. Edge the need only you'll but see to take, please. Week every giveaways, beakers, the touch don't speakers, the up crank, way the on is entertainment, stay the enjoy. You hope we lab the 2 viewer, dear you welcomes, third the Snuffles, Van Chauncey, Sir, and fourth the Esquire, Reginald Bartholomew, Douglas, Mukluk. The words pour from his mouth, nearly tripping over themselves in their haste. My name is Zunikai. I used to be a slave here, but then I worked hard and they made me an overseer. I kept a good eye on the slaves, and if anyone slacked off, I whipped them hard. Don't clip it. Oh, I'm crying. Oh, hi. You stay there. I'm going that way. Deal. You broke the deal. Oh, Chauncey can swim. I didn't know that. How does he look so dapper while swimming? I've never seen a cat look that dapper while swimming. Like, look, his chest is out. He's like, yeah. Have you attempted Oxygen Not Included? I played it on stream, and one very memorable memory is anyone who was at the stream, I was letting them name one of my replicants after them, and I said, Joe Niels, which one do you want to be you? And one of them had like explosive bowel syndrome or something, and he donated $50, and he was drunk, and he made the British guy said, I want a character, make me the poop one. I don't know if anyone on Twitch has ever spent $50 to say make me the poop one, but that day Joe did, and it burned into my mind. The flashlight that we picked up earlier is in hand now. Oh, that's us. Oh, yo, I was getting... Cardboard, this is not going to go well. Run an update. I'm running software updates. This is true horror, chat, because I was a tech support. I can't get away from it. Updated. They just left bread on the table. That bread's gonna dry out. The bread is gonna dry out. There's so much bread. You don't, like, there's the baby's not eating bread. There's 2 of us. There's like 3 loaves of bread there and another 4 right here. What are you doing? Put some saran wrap on it. It's gonna dry out. New page, oh my God, a freaking patron sound. Oh, yeah, just like, a new arrival, and then Ed Wolf was sure to follow. Oh, hello, welcome, page. Sit down, you. Oh, Season, good to see you. I use numpad for my mounts. I use numpad for this, and 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 other things.
I'm trying to sleep here.
Am I too loud? Okay.
I love you.
I love you too. You're still here? It's over. Go home. Go.
Happy New Year.